we are here to finalize our conference. But before we start, let me call on Latif. Can you please pray for us?
Let's be in the mood of prayers. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for granting us life to continue this program successfully. We begin by his name, his beloved name, which is Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. We begin by reciting the opening of the Quran, which is Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
So thank you very much. Yes, so today we will finalize. Yesterday we had a lot of address. Issues were presented. We had abstracts presented by students, and we also received a lot of training on mining and climate risk. We heard about new terms like technically enhanced natural toxicity. We had a lot of presentations from Ghana Climate Atlas, geospatial technologies. Then we have X-ray taking us through a whole lot of issues concerning access to climate data and climate information on Africa and then Ghana as well. And then, of course, I've talked about the abstract from students that were also presented. That was we had a very good time. So today we are going to continue. We'll have special addresses from dignitaries. Some will be online and some will be here in person. So today we are looking forward to a very fulfilling conference. So without wasting much time, let's start with the business of the day. And this morning we have a special address on STEM education and sustainability, an urgent call for partnership. And we have the regional STEM coordinator for Greater Accra. She is here. Can we give it up for Madame Betty Bua?
Everyone, I know I have my senior lecturers and big people around here. Just as I was introduced, my name is Betty Bua, the Greater Accra Regional STEM Coordinator. I hold a lot of portfolios, but it's not portfolios, they are just titles. So you'll be given a lot of titles, whether you like it or not, you have to take it. It's gone. I work at the same time as a country coordinator for NASA program, which is on environmental student research. We have another organization that we train people on data science and machine learning. So it's Institute of Data Science and Machine Learning, and I'm the country rep also. And then today we want to also present another aspect to you, of which I'm a co-founder of it. And so the presentation outline will just be introduction about the organization I'm coming to present, and then our strategic plan, our 2-year strategic plan, our operational models, and then we have a call for you. So we begin our presentation. We are saying that there is an urgent call for STEM sustainability. And why are we saying that? We have empirical evidence that is showing that Africa will be the next larger population of youth. We have the evergreen youth. We are more. We are increasing in numbers. But when it comes to our STEM, there are issues. And so we are saying that even though Africa contributes about 1% just 1% of the global research outputs, which is telling us that irrespective of our number, still when it comes to scientific research, we contribute minimal. There is also evidence that, according to African Union, there must be a shift from the consumer-based to a knowledge-based economy. So what we have noticed is that for us in Africa, especially let me talk about my Ghana that I know, majority of the things we do consume, we don't produce much of the things. The technologies, they dump to us and we pick. When it comes to research, they put on us and then we take. When you go to our market, you cannot lay hands on majority of the products that are being manufactured in the country here. And we know that this is as a result of the gap that we are talking about. The technical know-how, the skill, the people who will be there to do these activities are minimal in our country. When you also look at the STEM, in the field of the STEM, we are realizing that few number of students at the university level are pursuing STEM. When it comes to the first degree, we are there, but moving forward, you see that there is a dip. It declines, and we all know what the data is really telling us. And so we are saying that increasing enrollment in STEM, even just by 1%, can increase the GPD from 0.5 to 1.5, according to African Development Bank. And so there is the need for us to consider STEM education and see it with a different lens altogether. But when you come to the economic side, we are realizing that 40% of employers in Sub-Saharan Africa are lacking the digital skills. And so if you are not digitally inclined, what are you going to do in the STEM space? And the job opportunities that are available, what are you going to use it for? So this means that there are a lot for us to do. We have about 133 million US dollars opportunities at risk. And then we are saying that only 40% of the African workforce currently possesses the skills required for modern workplaces. So where will we position ourselves when it comes to the STEM space going forward in future? How will Africa position itself? When you come to Ghana, Ghana education is really telling us that only 10% of our basic schools, they have access to functional lab. And I know my education man is here, and I'm also here who will testify to this, that when you go to our schools, and all of us who were trained in Ghana here, you know what is happening in our system. You do science without practicals. Is it a lie? You go to the exams hall, and something that you have never seen before will be there. At times when my apparatus are presented to you, you don't even know what it is. And I just want to share a story with you. What prompted me to do environmental studies? I have this position from NASA to be a country coordinator. And our first movement was to go to Ireland with some students to do research and meet our people. Okay. So to cut everything short, I was taken as a chaperone. We got into the water. We wanted to do erosion and check the depth of the water and then the water quality parameters and other things. I have never held any of the instruments before, and I was the one leading the students. So all that I told them was, in my country, it is the students who does the work, and then we guide them. I think my colleague, who was she was an Irish, she saw that there was something wrong. So immediately she stepped in. So right after the place, I said, no, I have to do environmental science before I can be functional on this position. So I went to enroll and did environmental science. My point is that at the basic level, at the lower side, we have a gap. And this gap needs to be filled by us. And that is why we have come in to set up an NGO The purpose of this NGO is to mobilize funds. Okay, so we have a pool of funds, and this model was taken from National Science Foundation and then British Science. They have pool of funds that annually students go and apply with their projects, and then they issue the fund to them. You take the fund, you do the project, they monitor, they organize fairs, they organize competitions for the students to see the real things. Here in Ghana, we want to adapt this model and see how best we can have a pool of fund so that students, beginning of the year, students can apply, do their research. If it is capacity building, teachers will pick areas that they are of low strength, and then we align them to organizations, so even universities, then they go and do capacity building with that small grant, so that we know that at every time we have people available to fix the gap that is being created. We have noticed that, I think I have, with time, I will not be able to go through all my presentation, but let me speak in this way. We've noticed that a lot of projects have also started in the STEM space that they get to a point they don't continue as a result of lack of funding. And quite recently we're at KNUST where they were training students for robotics. Where they were training students for robotics. And what happened was that the Professor Pojo, I don't know if we know him, he was making a call that the funding has ended. We don't have any sustainability plan, anything to sustain the project. And so the sustainability plan they were throwing to the schools are that go and form endowment fund and get people to contribute into it so that we can continue the project. The project was good. I was there when we were trained for 1 solid week on robotics and other things. So looking at this, are we leaving such projects to go without any support? Meanwhile, in the country, we can come together and mobilize funds for ourselves. And so this is what this organization seeks to champion. We are championing a hub where all of us have to come together to raise funds to support our STEM education in Ghana. If not, a time will come that the Western world will take all the opportunities and will be there. Let's check when you look at the gap between and really stand and fight. Because right from the beginning, we were not given this education that these activities that we are doing is going to destroy our environment. The environmental sensitivity is not there. And so we just touch the environment anyhow. So how are we coming together to empower our young ones, to sensitize them? And all needs money. The training, the instruments, the teachers who are even to lead, and the researchers who are also going out. It's all about funding. And so can't we raise our own funds within the country? That is the call we are giving to each other. And that is the aim of this. And I'm happy that Professor Amos has agreed or has bought into this idea that yes, it's true. We have a lot of scientists around who will be interested, a lot of organizations around. And so let's come and pitch and see what we can use this for. And so we are in with Prof. We are in with other members. We are also calling all of you. Let's come on board. One person cannot save the situation. We need a collective effort, but we need a pool of funds in order to work. And so come join us. Let's raise the funds and see how best we can strategize and build our STEM space and make sure that Ghana pick its good cloth. Today I want Ghana cloth because I want to project my Ghana. Thank you. If you have any.
I think you can do it again. He said, let us come together as a continent and fight for a space in the field of STEM. Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. Please, if there are some questions, you can ask for clarification, if you have some contributions. Those online, you can raise your hand if you have a question or a contribution.
Thank you so much for raising the issue of STEM. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Now, there are two challenges with STEM. We know that currently women are grossly disadvantaged in STEM education. And it's not just a Nigerian thing, it's a global thing. And I think for me, that would be the strong area where you need to do some work. In Mali and Senegal, at one time, efforts were made to empower women in STEM. But the outcome was that the women got married and everything ended. So in trying to ask for collaboration, what specific activities are you working on to ensure that women and girls are encouraged to be in STEM? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm so grateful for that question. As a STEM coordinator, regional STEM coordinator, one initiative that I championed, and it has become nationwide, was International Day for Women and Girls in Science. And I can boldly say that, yes, by God's grace, we have achieved our aim. The reason was that I was a district coordinator when a guy invited me the first time the program was brought up for us to celebrate. So I went there and I said, but we have something like this, and you have just gathered about 25 students and you are celebrating this. Can I partner you so that we make it big? No, say, oh yes, come about. So I was on board in December 2020, before the COVID. He came, we joined hands, we went to UNESCO. So I said, okay, you take the invitation, okay, I will see how best I'll mobilize funds for you. So I went to UNESCO, I paged, they agreed. I went to University of Ghana, Sibas, College of Science, College of Applied Science. So I went straight to the provost and I said, Provost, I have this initiative and I want you to support me. Immediately he said yes. So we agreed. So these three organizations, my region, national, they call it Black Engineers, NESB, and then University of Ghana and UNESCO. So the first time we did, we mobilized about 250 women. And the then Deputy Minister for Environment, she was a woman. She came to be the special guest of honor. And he said, Madam, let's turn this into an NGO. I said, I don't know how to form NGO. What I will do is every year we will celebrate. So every year we celebrate. And now, as we are talking now, every year companies celebrate women in science. Is it a lie in Ghana here? Or you've not heard of it? You've heard of it. You will speak now. So every year, companies celebrate women. And I was happy to be invited by the one who instituted at UN. So I joined the UN General Assembly online to make a presentation. That was the first time I saw the woman who went to space and he used Ghana flag. So she was on our panel. We made a beautiful presentation. When you go to UN, for International Day for Women and Girls website, my picture is there. So that was the first initiative I took. Apart from that, I do a lot of camping. So every year we camp about 500 students and we make sure that it is 50-50. Girls 50, boys 50. If you don't bring that number and you bring boys more than girls, you don't qualify. So every year, Greater Accra, we camp 500 students. And then we make sure we have impacted the knowledge. Thankfully, we have also been leading innovation competitions. And I have championed the renewable energy competition we are having in Ghana here. I will proudly say that the initiative was given to me and I sat down to develop the concept. And now the whole Ghana, they are doing it. So the activities we have decided to do is first, we've realized that the talk is, though is doing well, but it's not really producing what we want. So we want them to do hands-on. hands-on. So we want to set up a model lab where girls will have opportunity to interact with ultra-modern science equipment in all areas, not specific. So you come, we expose you to all the areas, and then you go back and think. And we are starting from the JHS. As I'm talking now, myself and a lady in our office, we have joined to do what we call Kiddie STEM Bonanza. And Kiddie STEM Bonanza, we are taking the KG people, okay, to begin to do STEM, observation, the use of clock. So we are teaching them time management and how to use clock to monitor. So whatever around us. So we have a lot of activities lined up for our organization here now.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Okay, those online. Okay. So
mine
please.
is not a question per se, but have you heard of Women in Tech? Yes, because they are doing a lot on STEM as well, and it's important to have that collaboration more with them. I started working with them last year on mentoring some of the girls, and it's important. I'm an advocate for rural women, and everything is centered in Accra. How wide are these initiatives across Ghana? Now talking of Africa. I'm from the north. So you look at some of these important and intelligent things that are coming up. How is it getting down to the rural girls who are having interest in STEM? There's no mentorship, there's no access, the opportunities are not there. And somebody who is in my village, down in Upper East region, how will the person get access? Because it's good that sometimes we are advocating, everything is Accra, Accra, Accra. Does it get down? Because Ghana is beyond Accra. And the numbers, we have a lot of interesting girls who are in STEM. They just need a coaching. They need the opportunity to get this going. How are we trying to mainstream it to Ghana Education Service? Because Ghana Education Service is everywhere in Ghana. We have schools everywhere in Ghana. How do we get district level? We once heard of district level ICT centers, but then some of them. How do we strengthen what is at the district level? So district is the local level in Ghana. So how do we get these things going on? Because I get very perturbed when I get into national, international space, and we are speaking and just taking urban issues alone, knowing very well that even though the rural-urban dichotomy is trying to close in Ghana, but we still have issues. If you go to some places in Ghana, go to Western North, you go to Volta region, go to OT region, they are girls. How are we getting to the Ghana Education Service? I was asking the Women in Tech on these. Everything is, Accra, Accra. Then are we achieving our aim? Are we reaching out? Because there are some CAs in these regions who are also doing little bit of IT for girls and even boys. But outreach is we are looking, and that will really help everyone to move on. So the scale up of all the ideas. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. But please, before you respond, a hand is up online. Please, you can ask your question.
Thank you very much. Please, I believe you can hear me out. Yes,
Yes,
this is
please.
a follow-up question to the just question asked by our madam. In fact, the presenter, as you were presenting, you said that there was a time in your life whereby you were to lead some students in terms of performing activities, but because you lack the knowledge about how to use the tools, you couldn't. For what I know, there's one thing of having STEM school and another also as having the equipment. And again, another as being part of a formative training such that you can be efficient and work anywhere you are exposed to. So as part of your outfit, I want to find out what is your outfit doing about the STEM schools, whether they are effectively training the students such that when they come out, they can easily work and also impact to the nation building. Because if you go to secondary schools, there are some secondary schools that they have been earmarked as STEM schools, but the training there is still the traditional type of training, and therefore the students are not equipped with the practical skills.
Please, can you introduce yourself?
Please, I'm Dr. Patrick Tumesi, St. Louis College of Education.
Kumasi. You are based in Kumasi, please.
Yes, Kumasi.
Great.
Okay, so today I'm not wearing the hat of education. I'm wearing the hat of an NGO. So my presentation is not for education. My presentation is for what I have observed in the system and the solution I want to provide to support education. So what we are trying to do is that, for me, I grew up in a village, Bogoso Dumasi. There is a small village around Bogoso, which is full of mining community. They never understood me why I was going to school. And what was good is there, Galamsey, then you can easily get money. And growing from there, I've noticed that I cannot just sit in education and say I'm just the Greater Accra STEM coordinator and fold my hand, seeing that those in the hinterlands are suffering because I suffered before I got to where I am. That is why we want to set up this fund. The name is Africa Green STEM and Innovation Fund Foundation, where we will do mobilization of resources to support these areas that NGOs are there and they are working and they are not having the money to do what they are supposed to do. That is the main focus of this organization. We are raising funds. And when it happens that we need to do extra by doing capacity building, we ensure that we get the best capacity for the students. We want to build labs that can give access to these villages. And already there are labs in some of the areas where they don't even have money to travel to go and do the practical activities. So when there is pool of funds for them to apply, then when you are going for a program and because your limitation is money, you can have somebody tapping your back small for you to also be part of it. That is the main focus of this organization. And so we want to detach ourselves from the real Ghana Education Service activity and act as NGO who will support and champion the activities of the ministry. So we are serving as an NGO there for people to come and pool money to support their STEM education. Please, Doug, I hope you understand me. So let's leave the question for Ghana Education Service. When we get platform as an educationist and Ghana Education Service call me to answer questions, then I will do. Today, I don't want to wear that hat. I want to wear a hat of founder, a co-founder of African Green STEM and Innovation Fund. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Yes, so the woman's question is what? Hello. Sorry.
I'm saying that, yes, I appreciate your saying and also the spectacle that you were, so all respect given to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Doug, we will need your money in that fund. And so kindly give us your contact every month. You can decide to donate 1 CD, 10 CD, any amount that you can do. We have strong financial people who are there. When you look at the board, they are very strong. And you see, if we have the trust in Professor Amos, and he has pushed for this. In fact, when you see, say, but your initiative, let's boom. If he is pushing for this, then you know that he's passionate about developing the STEM space. And so let's support him develop this space. We are there to pool resources together. And as Madam is nodding, his money is coming. Let's give her a clap. This is preaching now. So yes, we will be there and we will extend to Africa. What she is also saying, she is asking for, we want to ensure that we have regional reps, okay? So there will be reps at every region and every district where they will identify the needy areas, okay, the communities that really need support, and people who are working there where funds must be given to. And then we add, let's adopt some of this model. For me, being part of NASA has taught me a lot of things. At times they will announce grants, and you ask them, are we parties? Say Africa is not parties for the US citizens. So every year, the US citizens have money to do their projects. They have money to do their fair. They have money to do their symposium. They have money to travel. We don't have it. If you are from Africa and you want to travel, you have to mobilize your own money. If you want to do any project, they said anyhow your country wants it. And so we do a lot of research projects and other things, but we can't take it anywhere. All that we are doing is to feed them with data because everything is connected. So whatever data you gather, you feed them. But the money. So why can't we come together? We also establish a pool of fund managed by trusted people who will not be influenced by any political region. We are not going to attach ourselves to any political party where when the party is gone, I have a lot of information there we couldn't share with you. Our financial model is there. We have this co-creation model where organization, we can't do it. We all come together. What do you want us to do with your fund? Show us where. And then we see whether the funding, what we want to achieve, and your idea that you are bringing can really synchronize with what we have. Not that everything too we will accept. Okay, it's not every funding that is good for funding. So yes.
Please, can we be brief for the sake of time? Very brief. Very brief.
And thank you, madam, for the presentation. I just want to ask a question. Is your organization open to only NGOs who want to apply for funds, or individuals as well who have an idea in the area of STEM or want to empower some people in STEM? Can an individual apply or only organizations? Thank you.
So we are not giving funds to NGOs. We are giving to students, educators. I hope you are getting me. And this is where the funds are going for capacity building, for innovation and competitions. Okay? Yes. So not an NGO. If you are an NGO and you want to apply, you have to apply through a school. If your project is not going to work with the school and the school is not ready to own your project, we won't give. So you work through a school, the school will apply, and then we have a strong jury who will go through the process and see that indeed you qualify. Apart from that, there is a monitoring team, M&E team, who will visit every now and then to ensure that the money that you have taken. In fact, I took a money from a donor organization and I vow not to go there again. Because every step they are following you and they are making sure that you are using the money for what you are. This is not a time to consume. This is a time for us to produce. And so any money that you get, there must be an outcome which is tangible. We want to see if we can begin to invent, innovate, create local products that we can chop, we can use, so we can have our own computers and laptops and other things produced by Ghanaian students in Ghana. I hope you are getting it. That is the wider vision. And so it's not just I need money, I've come to apply. The extreme end will be the brilliant but the needy student who want to do a project but is limited. Then we can add that one to it. That will be an extreme end. So the structures are set up. They are well outlined for us to work with. Thank you.
Can we give it to her again? Good job. We are grateful. Thank you very much. So now we are going to take a workshop on geospatial data for climate decision making by the Director Regional Center for Mapping and Resources for Development, RCMRD. They are based in Kenya. This will be online. Please, are you ready? If you are ready, please take over.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Anyone to tell me whether you can hear me? Hello?
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for that. And
Please.
thank you for this opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to thank and greet all those members who have come physically and those members who are online. I can be able to see that there are 14 members who are online. And my name is Julius Gishohi. I'm the Director, Capacity Building and Training, and also the Principal of Regional Center Training Institute, which is a TIFET Training Institute. And we conduct training specifically in the area of diplomas, in the area of land survey, GIS, photogrammetry and remote sensing, and ICT. I would actually first like to thank my predecessor, the speaker who was there just before me, for the good presentation she has done. And actually, as she has mentioned, there are challenges in STEM for ladies, but it's something that we ourselves in Kenya, we've not really seen it that being that bad, because we almost have 40-something to 50-something percentage of ladies and the gentlemen. So you are doing well. So I would like now to take this opportunity to introduce you about Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. It is an intergovernmental organization which was established in 1975, and it is actually an intergovernmental organization which has 20 member states, which mostly are based in East and South Africa. But that does not limit our mandate, because we work with all the other countries in Africa, and especially Ghana. We have a number of partnerships. This being one of them, is that we have a partnership that is working very well. And we look at that. We have actually also worked with people from Nigeria. Like currently, we have like 6 Nigerians who are studying here in Nairobi for a short course, and we get people from everywhere. As you have seen in the map, those are the member states, but I have said you are not limited to only the member states. We are limited to work with every person, especially in Africa. We major it, but then we also have partners outside Africa, and most of our partners are either in Europe, America, Asia, and the other parts. So in RCMRD, we have 2 parts of RCMRD, and these are the core mandates. And I would like to talk about capacity building. One, in capacity building, that is where we have the training institute, where we conduct those diplomas, and we also conduct short courses like the one we are conducting, and we conduct them in partnership just like this one we are having. And we would actually like to continue with that and do it better. Then we also have project implementation. These are the other departments that actually do project implementation, and and then we also do advisory services. And in most of the cases, we do advisory services for free. Just like even what we are doing, we do advisory services for free. So just to advise on challenges in climate change, in mapping and things like that, and even availability of data. We have a data center here where we can actually be able to avail any data that one wants, although some of it cost and where others doesn't cost. Then we also do research and development, servicing of equipment, especially survey equipment. We do them here. And then the data, that is what I had mentioned about. And all out of all that, we have a lot of knowledge that which give knowledge management and which we share. Then our themes, which is actually the next slide, is where we deal on the themes. And maybe yes, I think we can continue. And then we can actually see the themes of the areas that we deal with. And those are actually, as you can see them, they are the areas that are either water, agriculture and food security, weather and climate, water and water-related disasters. That is if the flooding and the lack of water, those are things that we do. Land administration and management, like most of our countries are trying to implement the land information management system. We do them, and also the knowledge management. So I think we can go to the next. And then, yes, you can go to the next slide if we can. And then, okay, this is just to say the presentation, what is going to happen. These are some of the projects that we have been implementing. And I think we can go to the next. This is part of what we do. This is our student, and you can actually attest to what I was saying. You can actually see there are enough readers there who are actually doing the practicals. And so we emphasize on them, and they have been very good. And these are some of the students who are doing the short courses, and some of the others are doing the long-term courses. We've been offering these since 2002, and we would want to do would continue doing this. These are the calibration. This is in our labs where we do the calibration of survey equipment, and this is something that we do anywhere. And we even have our staff going to mostly to the member states, to be able to calibrate those equipment from where they are. Yes, we can go to the next. And then these are some of the partners and some of the projects that we have implemented. And one of the other things is what we had here in capacity building. And then these others are actually some of the activities we do. We actually working so much on drone, as you can see this on our left. And then also doing some photogrammetry and remote sensing at the middle, and then calibration of equipment at the end of the right. And then we can go to the other slide. And then I think we can actually be able to go to the other side, and then you can actually see this is just practicals. We also sometimes we get some students we do at internship. That is what was there before. And then these are some of our partners that we are working with. And these especially one who are actually able to fund some of the projects we are implementing. And then the other one, the other slide, if we have another one, I think we are almost towards the end. Yes. And then, so one of the things that I would like to include, I'm hoping these slides are going to be shared on the chat so that we can actually be able to download for those people who want to see them in details, so that we can actually be able to see what we have done. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all for either get follow-up. We are currently doing some courses, some of our courses online, and some others that we are doing in partnership. So you can also be able to follow us or to request, and we'll give our details. I think this project has even our email contact, and then we'll be able to get it there. And then also as we get here, through the chat, we'll have our colleagues who will take out some other questions. You can leave your emails, or we get your emails, so that we can actually be able to continue this discussion. I want to leave here, and so that I can give my technical team an opportunity for them to take through the other presentation. And I thank you so much, and most welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edith Kinywa. I'm part of the technical team, and I'll be going through some slides to discuss the theme. So the theme will cover certain topics as provided from the program. So we have water resource mapping for climate resilience. So, and it's a project, or it's something that we've been in discussion with the University College of Water Science and Engineering. So it's something that we hope going forward we'll manage to build and be able to get more information from it. So from this topic, I'll be discussing some of the themes or area that we can be able to utilize remote sensing. So the first question that we need to discuss is, why do we need satellite imagery, or at what point do we integrate satellite imagery? So, and to answer that question is, we've been having instances of drought, we've been having water scarcity. We also have maybe a place where we have floods happen in some countries. So all these things can be solved by use of satellite imagery. So satellite imagery is able to, or we are able to do certain analysis that can equip us with different solutions that we can use to solve all the problem that we have. So we have people require safe drinking water. So to be able to cap that, we'll be seeing some of the solutions that we can use or that we can help in building that. In cases of floods, what do we do? How do we predict? How do we, in cases of drought, how are we able to solve or plan before it even happens? So we're going to learn a few of them. We'll also have a demo to demonstrate on capability of some of this satellite imagery. So examples of what I'm mentioning are some of the satellite images that are here. We have Sentinel-2. And in Sentinel-2, we are able to use certain data sets or get certain data sets that have a spatial resolution of 10 meter. And the revisit time is 5 days. So with that data, we are able to do analysis on surface water extent. We are able to do analysis on turbidity. Wetland mapping, we are able to get indices that can help us solve all the issues to do with water in cases where we have flooding happening over time. We have also the use of Landsat that has a resolution of 30 meter. So this one is good because you can be able to build up historical information, since it has a data set that started way before in the 1980s and 70s. So you can be able to do analysis and see how changes have occurred over time. We have Sentinel-1 or the synthetic aperture radar that is very useful in terms of it's able to penetrate through clouds. It's also able to give analysis on soil moisture and many activities about water. We have MODIS that can also be used for issues to do with drought or anything about vegetation. And then we have another satellite called GRACE-4 that is able to give us storage anomalies. It's able to detect like the amount of water or the volume that is there within a certain area. We also have another one, which is high resolution and can be used in mapping or anything to do with irrigation monitoring. So all these are satellites that we can really use to do analysis, to map, prevent any kind of disasters before they even happen. So to start us off, we'll start with how we can be able to achieve surface water extent mapping using the optical method. So we have an option of using optical method, or we can use the synthetic aperture radar. So from here, we are able to utilize different indices. So we have the first one, which is normalized difference water index, that is best for open, clear water bodies in rural areas, but has a challenge because sometimes it might confuse built up surfaces. So when you're doing this analysis, you need to be keen, you need to understand your area of interest. So you need to compare the data set. So we have a modified NDWI that is able to now suppress. So it's an advantage of the NDWI that is there. And then we go to the next one, which is automated water extraction index. So all these help us to identify areas that are occupied by water, or areas that have wetlands or possibility of, in case you want to do some irrigation, or in case you want to do some construction maybe of dams and such kind of things. So we also have now the second alternative of surface water mapping using the synthetic aperture radar. So, and I've said one advantage of this particular system is that it has the capability of penetrating. So we'll have a demo on this one. Specifically, we see how it is able to achieve that. So it transmits microwave, or this one now uses the microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum to be able to detect whatever that is on the ground and give us an output. So we have two types of data that is able to collect. We have the vertical transmit, vertical receive. So it means the pulse is emitted directly to the ground and also received vertically. And then we also have the VH that it transmits vertically, but then we have horizontal receiving. So, and when we get to VV, we have it can be able to detect open water bodies, lakes, rivers, flooded areas. So in cases whereby we have flooding occurring in a certain area, you can be able to always map that particular segment. We have the VH that is penetrates or it's able to show floods beneath vegetation, wetland mapping, so areas to do with irrigation, in such kind of things, then VH would be the best. But you can also be able to combine the two and get a better resolution or get a better analysis or data set. So again, we have how are we able to acquire? So we are able to get this data set from Sentinel-1. And sometime in case you want to use that data set directly, you can use the ESA Snap. So there is a software called ESA Snap that is used to do such kind of analysis. So we have some scenarios. For instance, in Kenya, we have some analysis that have been done on flooding of Lake Victoria. We have another case study of South Sudan, whereby flooding in rice area or wetlands was done. We have in Tanzania, we have in Mozambique. So all these are scenarios that can use or utilize this particular system, and it's able to penetrate and get an output that can be used for predictions or to make better solutions. So here is just an image or to show the capability of this particular system. So through its penetration power, you can see one is able to follow up. For instance, this is a river that is draining to an ocean. So you can see the extent of flooding is very clear, and it may not be as clear using the other satellite imagery. So topic number 2 is on drought monitoring. And to achieve that, we have certain indices that are best used to give that output or give such kind of analysis. One is on precipitation. So we have standardized precipitation index. So this one helps measure the amount of rainfall from historical average. So we have analysis on that and how you're able to give a prediction or give a solution. Then we have, again, we have the normalized difference water index that can help, or if you're doing anything on wetlands or possibility of having water reservoirs, then you're able to predict in cases where droughts are to happen or seasonal drying method. So if you consistently do it, you're able to tell or give informations on cases where something's are likely to happen. We have another one that is called vegetation condition index that strives to analyze the historical NDVI or the normalized difference vegetation index. So or you are able to pick NDVI for different years and analyze, and then again give predictions, or you are able to see, or the output that you can get, you are able to see the severe agricultural drought that is likely to happen. So from that, you can be able to make an alert or to show that maybe something is likely to happen. We have others such as drought severity index, so that is able to combine certain data sets, precipitation, temperature, soil, water, all that, and you are able to give again a prediction or do analysis on drought. We also have terrestrial water storage anomaly. So I've mentioned about that particular satellite that is able to give us the total water storage within an area. So how does it, or how are you able to give a good drought or flood early warning system? So we have several functions or several steps that you can take. One is data ingestion. So you understand which is the data set that I require. If I'm using, let's say, Sentinel, then we have different areas of accessing that data set. If it's Landsat, where do I download it? So under the first step, you acquire the data set that is required depending on the issue that you want to solve. Then number two, depending on what you want to solve, if it's drought, let's say you want to calculate VCI, then it means you need to do NDVI for different years. If it's something to do with flooding, probably you go to NDWI. Then after that, number three, you assess the threshold. What is the range? What is the acceptable range? So if it exceeds this particular range, does it mean that it is flooding, or does it mean that there'll be drought in the next maybe 5 years or 5 months? So such kind of analysis. And then number four, how are you able to push that information to people? So we have several softwares, we have several ways of doing that, that you can be able to, you can do maps, you can do dashboards, you can do emails, and you are able to give warnings. And then now lastly, how do we respond? If it's flooding, people can be able to relocate before it happens. So this is something that you can adopt based or using the satellite data sets that we have, and we are able to detect early and act before a disaster strikes in any particular area. So then we have something on groundwater monitoring from space. So again, this is still possible, and it's possible based on the different indices that are there, depending on the data sets that are there, as we are able to do computations on even the recharge zones. We're able to do computations on the water reservoirs, whatever that is stored, and all those kind of analysis, and give good predictions. You are able to combine several data sets and give good predictions before anything happens. Then number three is on watershed delineation and catchment analysis. So mainly this one is based on digital elevation models. We have several sources, and then you have a workflow whereby you have to calculate the different things. In case there are any cells that are empty, you can be able to remove them or fill them. Then we have flow direction, flow accumulation. All these are steps that we are able to access, and we can be able to achieve it very fast using the different models. So here we have some models that either they're already in existence, some you can modify to fit within your limit or within your area. And all this, they'll help in understanding something like flooding. They'll help predict, they'll help show how rainfall, or maybe what is the cause of this flooding. Is it that soil is not infiltrating some water, or what is happening? So we have a few, we have SWOT that can be or it can be an extension to some of the softwares that we have in our GIS platforms. We have others, we have GE Hydro, we have top model. So there are so many that are available. Again, we can still build our own models. So we have that capacity, we have that capability from the softwares that we have. We can be able to prepare your own model that suits your data set, that suits your area of interest, and get an output that is more centered to you. So see, these are some of the softwares that we are able to utilize. So we have GE, we have Snap, we have ArcGIS Pro, we have QGIS, SWOT, Python. So most of these ones are open source. So it's something that you can learn and be able to utilize the data set. Apart from ArcGIS Pro online, that is mainly or it's sold by S3. So, but you can be able to access and use its products very well, because some of these products, they are able to display or give good analysis and outputs very well. The rest are all free, and you can always download. So we also have the capability of satellite in monitoring water quality. And again, we need to pick on certain indexes, or we need to use certain bands to be able to get that. So the first one is turbidity that we can be able to get from Sentinel-2, Landsat 8 or 9. We have chlorophyll, so analysis on that in case you want to detect early, in case maybe the healthiness of vegetation has changed over time, then you can be able to do such analysis. We have analysis on those plants that grow maybe on lakes, on rivers. You can be able to do such analysis and as well check on the quality of water, if it's good for drinking. Then we still have on sediments, we also have another one called color dissolved organic matter. So you're able to do analysis on biomass and all that. So irrigation, monitoring, and agricultural water use can also make use of these satellites. And we have, again, certain analysis that can be done based on some of the satellites, such as MODIS. So you're able to measure evapotranspiration, you're able to measure crop water stress index, irrigated area, canal scheme, soil moisture, rainfall, and all that. So these are analyses that you can be able to do and get an output and give predictions early enough. So the last bit is on business and innovation opportunities. And this is possible based on, or from the satellite images, we are able to build either different applications, or we are able to customize, have our own models that are able to solve our own problems. So the first one is water mapping that is able to get seasonal updates of water body storage and all that are mentioned. We have smart irrigation analytics. So these will help give predictive information on the best area to do irrigation and all that. We have water risk scoring that is mainly used to give analysis on possibility of droughts appearing or happening. We have early warning alert APIs. We have climate. And we have something on borehole. So from all that analysis, we are able to give or do mapping on boreholes and all that kind of things. So, and we, of course, we have the different sectors who can utilize all this particular analysis that we have or have mentioned. So here is just a case study that before my colleague do a demo that you can think of. So we have different water crises. So you can be able to sort, or for instance, these forecast on the soil moisture monthly. So you're able to get such kind of information and give predictive information on possibility in case the soil moisture has reduced. So most probably, even the water level has gone down. So you're able to give early warnings, you're able to give information, and people can be able to act before something happens. So let's have a demo for one of the application area.
Okay, is my screen visible? Okay, so I have two major demonstrations, especially on the surface water mapping and vegetation analysis. And one is on the flood detection using the synthetic aperture radar. So I have used two platforms. One of them is Google Earth Engine integrated with Python. This is owing to the fact that we have quite a huge storage space in Google Earth Engine where we can access data. So in the first demo, I'm focusing on majorly surface water mapping. And in this, I'm using one of the Python libraries called Stereo. And I'm connecting both the Python with the Google Earth Engine to showcase some of the flooded areas that is in the flood detection, and also showing how vegetation can also influence the same, or how flooding can influence the same. So in the first bit of this demo, I'm just trying to install the raster, which enables me to work with raster-based datasets. In this case, you know it as a satellite imagery, which is obtained from Sentinel-2. And in this, if you run this, it will connect you to your particular workspace. So already this requirement has been served, and then I can import it in the next line. And once I import it, since I'm working with Google Colab, I need to import my drive, which is where the data content is located. And when I run that, I'm able to see the read my drive and also connect to the path using the location of where my images is stored. So this one is for Ghana in 2025. This is from Sentinel-2. Then I can read the image using maybe I can print the source name, the source code. This is just to visualize the metadata of the image. For example, which month particularly was the image acquired. And then of course I can open the path just to see. These are just a few pre-processing steps in the Google Earth Engine and Python, so that my data set is ready to make informed decisions. So I can print maybe to see the width, height, and the count of the pixels in my image using that particular line. Then I can demonstrate on to ensure that each band, because we talk about electromagnetic spectrum, so we don't utilize the entire bands in the satellite imagery. There are specific bands which are used for vegetation, like the band 4 and band 8, which are the red bands and the near-infrared band. And I can also print their metadata as well. I can see the bounds on the image. Then I can see we have arrays or X arrays in Python, which enable me to work with the raster-based datasets. I can visualize using NumPy, which is a data analytics. And then I can show the array shape. So this will proceed to the band 1. So I want to read the first band in that particular imagery, and then the shape, of course. Then I'm going to show, run this line to just show me the matplotlib and the NumPy. This enables for the visualization, especially as the one shown down here. So if I show band 1, I'm able to see the specific band. Then I can decide to show the red band, the green band, and the blue band concurrently as displayed here. And then I can check the values, especially the minimum value and the maximum pixel recordings for each. Then I can perform pre-stacking in the NumPy, which will stack the matrices representing each band so that my bands can be composite. Then I am able to compute one of the indices you have been briefed on, the NDVI. And from the NDVI, I'm able to classify vegetation, healthy vegetation, and water as red, as shown on this. Later to that, I'm able to use another particular index called NWI for surface water monitoring. This one is used to see the extent in which water is particularly spread across maybe a surface. So this is for the Volta Lake, the lower section. It was too big, so we were not able to work with the whole, but we can integrate that in a more elaborative model to show that. Another display was on the Lake Naivasha, located in Kenya. And for this, we were able to pre-process again through the same methods. And then we are able to show and display the specific water extent, in particular in the Lake Naivasha. Then also utilizing SAR, synthetic aperture radar, focusing on the majorly VV and the VH, which are the raw products in the Sentinel, which are responsible for their backscatter. So the received was 0.7 and 0.02 for that particular. There is a whole description on the same. Maybe I can share this later so that the participants can interact with it in a quite elaborative manner. So for the, again, you'll find that the pre-processing involved in Sentinel, for example, Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, is that Sentinel-2 is an optical sensor, while the Sentinel-1 is a optical Sentinel-1 is a radar sensor, meaning that it is able to penetrate the clouds and we are able to see the extent. So again, focusing on the same, I'm able to classify the water pixels as displayed in this demonstration. And also, I'm also able to change the visualization. So I've used what we call SAR, or synthetic aperture radar water indexed, again, which is also used in the same. In the next demonstration, maybe in 2 minutes, this one was for flood detection using the same Sentinel-1. Again, this highly used the flooded area. And the case study focused here was on the Horn of Africa, somewhere around Garissa, a border between Kenya and Somalia. And in this demonstration, I've used a couple of Python packages like Folium for visualization, IPython display, Rastario, and NumPy. And of course, I've worked with different data sets which are sourced from the Google Earth Engine, and I'm able to display or visualize. This is the area of focus, and I just snipped the individual pixel. So you find that during the rainy seasons, the dry seasons, and the wet seasons, during the dry seasons, people normally worried about where do we find the water. And during the wet seasons, you find that it comes too much and leads to flooding, destruction of property and facilities within the area. So this was one of the applications which I used. So I used an image acquired for a NIA in 2023 for the wet season and the dry season. So normally in wet seasons, we normally occur between April to around June, and the dry seasons can range between January and around February there. So that was the acquisition dates for the images. So whatever you are seeing here, this is just a pre-processing and connecting my data set for the same. And this is the visualization for the wet season. The wet season, you can see there are a lot of blue pixels here, especially in the areas which are flooded. And then during the wet season, you can see they have increased in those particular areas. So I did what we call image differencing, where in image differencing, you take the wet season and you subtract from the dry season, so that you are able to see which specific pixels are leading to flooding. And from that, this was the output for the same. So these are the extent of the River Tana, which is around this area, and hence leading to the flooding within this area. Also, it is influenced by a basin. We have a Tana basin here, which normally discharge a lot of water to the neighboring locations. So this map can be used later in decision making, where it can be overlaid with other features like building or built up or cropland areas, and you are able now to perform overlays using integrated GIS techniques and also tools, which was discussed by my colleague. I think I've tried to summarize, but if you need the whole step into how this is done, I think that can be organized, and I can also be able to share this. So for those who are capable of following, can also be able to follow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, can we clap for them? Thank you so much. Good job. But please, we'll ask a few questions. So please stand by. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for sharing the satellite product that can be used to monitor water quality, soil moisture, and at the same time some specific indices which can be used. Please, I want to ask a question concerning monitoring soil fertility. Do you have any indices or satellite products that can be used to monitor soil fertility, probably in terms of depletion of nutrients or availability of some nutrients in the soil?
Please, any other question?
Yes, just to add to a follow-up question from my brother, whether that system can be used to determine pollutants if you have contaminant in the water. Is there any way you can check that one too? Thank you.
Okay. Please, can you provide the answers?
Thank you very much for the very insightful questions. So for the question on soil fertility, monitoring soil fertility indices, especially using Python and Google Earth Engine, is very much possible. We have what we call soil organic matter carbon proxies, which can be defined using the normalized difference tillage index. This one uses what we call the shortwave infrared, which is normally a band which is embedded within multispectral Sentinel-2 imagery. And from that, you can utilize the two channels of the same, the shortwave infrared 1 and 2. We also have what we call soil vigor, which is nutrient absorbency, also called the canopy proxies. This is possible by using another index called soil adjusted vegetation index, which is dynamic, especially in the form in which it can adjust the standard NDVI, the vegetation index, to account for the soil brightness variations in the low vegetation and also in the bare grounds. So this one again, we can utilize near infrared band and the red band located within the Sentinel-2. We also have soil salinity indices. For example, salinity index. This one can utilize the green band again and the red band. We have soil moisture proxies, we have normalized difference vegetation index. So there are many depending now on which specific component of fertility you require in that particular area. So combining both the physical sampling, where you go to the field and then you collect a few samples, then you take to the lab, you measure the pH, you see the content in terms of moisture, and then you now utilize that and combine with the satellite-based variates, which now enables you to build an accurate spatial map and models for Python and also Google Earth Engine to merge and predict accordingly. Thank you. Oh, sorry. One more on the water pollutants. We find that water pollutants are detected using remote sensing, especially if you look at the total suspended solids, like the turbidity. So we have specific bands, especially for the colored dissolved matter and thermal pollution. Key remote sensing indices for the water pollution can be algae blooms, which can be detected by normalized difference chlorophyll index. You find that this can be detected in the primary bands like red band and the red edge Sentinel-2 bands, band 4 and 5. And again, we can utilize high turbidity, like total suspended solids in that particular area. Sewage organic waste using the floating algae index. This is possible. So we have also a whole workflow involving how the algae blooms can be detected, how the total suspended solids can be detected. But remember, this is just an Earth observation technique. So you will need again to collect a few samples from the question surface water, if it is a lake or maybe if it is an ocean or a river, and be able to cross-reference what you have detected from the image versus what you have able to see from the results from the lab. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, any other question? Okay, please, can we clap for ACMRD? Good job. We are grateful. Please, for the sake of time, we move on to the next. But before that, we are supposed to have a declaration at the end of the conference. So we have a summary of what we've done here. And please, can you help me? So kindly go through if there are some issues we need to take note, some corrections, some input. You can do that, and that becomes our declaration. So while that is ongoing, we'll take a talk on digital infrastructure by climate innovation. This will be handled by Wakrin. I hope Abigail is great. Please, let's clap for Abigail.
Hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Abigail Isel. I am the project manager for WACRIN. WACRIN is West and Central African Research and Education Network. I will be presenting this on behalf of our Chief Strategy Officer, Omo Owaya, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it. So before I even start, I would like to recognize the amount of innovation that the kind of discussions that we've had. Even my predecessor, the previous speaker, you can tell that there's been quite a number of innovations in the climate space. So that's kudos to us. But while all these innovations are also ongoing, it's also important that we recognize the challenge with the innovation that is mainly about our digital infrastructure. Because behind every AI application, behind all the applications that we have in analyzing the data that we have, the underlying factor or the underlying initiative is related to infrastructure. And that's what my presentation is going to be focused on. Digital infrastructure for climate innovation. And I must say, I am happy also to be here because Calibrate is bringing all the innovations together, all the ideas, all the talents together. And we are basically moving the conversation away from just ideation to implementation. So thanks for the opportunity, Prof. I'm sure he's somewhere around here. So before I even go right into the conversation, I'll just speak a bit about what WACRIN is all about. WACRIN. So think of WACRIN as the Regional Research and Education Network. What we essentially do is that for every country that you find yourself, so in Ghana, for example, we have the GANET, which is the National Research and Education Network. So across all the various West and Central Africa research education countries, you'd have national RENs, NRENs is what we call them. So WACRIN is that regional body where all the NRENs basically connect to. Our core mandate is to provide connectivity. Our core mandate is to provide infrastructure, and that's what my conversation is really about. We have 19 registered NRENs currently. We have 5 associate members. We have 12 points of presence established within Africa, across Africa. So think of all the West and Central Africa countries. We have 12 posts established in the country. So we manage West and Central Africa, and we have our sister institution managing the Eastern and Southern Africa. So beyond connectivity, we provide the WACRIN Connect service. I've tried to list down some of the few services under the WACRIN Connect service. So you'd have the IP transit, simply put, internet access. You'd have EduRoam. Any of you heard of EduRoam? Oh, nice. Okay. So we provide EduRoam as well as a service. We provide WACRIN Sentinel, which is basically threat detection. We provide CSETs trainings and operational platform. So that sits under our WACRIN Connect service. And then we have the WACRIN Cloud service where we provide IAM services, that's identity management. We have publishing platforms. We have the Publish Now, we have our repositories, which we have Baobab right now, which will be of benefit to the researchers. So we do have quite a number of services, and I'll just try to briefly list out some of the services that we do provide. Projects. One of the main projects that is currently ongoing with WACRIN is called the Africa Connects project. Africa Connects project. We are in the 4th iteration of this project, and it started just a few months ago in November 2019, so it will be running for the next 4 years. What this means is, initially I mentioned that we've established points of presence and connected 12 countries. Right, what that means is that for this phase, we intend to add 2 more countries. What does this mean to the innovation space? It means that we have 14 countries where WACRIN can actively 14 countries where WACRIN can basically provide innovations, and it's going to take you and I to make this happen. So when we talk about climate challenges in Africa, we often focus on the sciences, the finance, the policy, right? But underneath all of this is the infrastructure problem, which I mentioned earlier on. And so across the continent, we still face some major gaps in environmental monitoring, climate data systems, and in many weather stations, you would have sparse environmental monitoring networks. You'd have repositories that are fragmented. If you pick one country, the repository sits just within the country. Even going beyond the country is even extending. It's even within Ghana, you find that the universities in themselves have repositories that are just silos, that are just seated within the various universities. So we have data sets that are also locked away in institutional silos. And many African researchers still depend heavily on external platforms to access data or computational tools. Now, when you have the data being logged in these silos, it basically means that we don't control the data, right? And our researchers simply cannot collaborate to find local solutions. And what's the consequence? Hello? Okay, so what's the consequences of these problems that we face? So the result is that the researchers struggle to collaborate effectively across borders. You have policymakers often lack trusted regional evidence for decision making. Climate startups cannot easily build scalable services because the underlying data ecosystem is either weak or is fragmented. And increasingly, we have AI systems that are being trained on incomplete Africa data sets, basically meaning that the models that we have being generated through AI do not reflect African realities. I mean, there's quite a lot of innovation in that space, right? But there's still that gap in there, and that's the consequence of that. We have many of the discussions that we have ongoing on about LoRaWAN gateways, rainfall analysis are actually responding to this exact challenge. And so you realize that Africa cannot really build resilient climate systems using disconnected digital ecosystems because of the fragmentation. Africa cannot build resilient climate systems using disconnected digital ecosystems. And so this slide is basically what WACRIN is focused on. And this is what we are calling our climate digital infrastructure stack. So right from the bottom is the connectivity. So you'd notice that there are 5 of them, and they are all interconnected layers, and they are all necessary. In fact, none of them are optional because they all depend hand in hand on each other. So when we start with the bottom, which is the connectivity, looking at research networks, regional backbones, global peering, right? And above the structure, we have the repositories, we have the persistent identifiers, we have fair ecosystems. Then we have trust and identity. So identity and trust, we have the federated identity authentication, access control. Because collaboration at scale requires trusted authentication, systems and secure basically systems require authentication. And then the next level, which is a point 4, is a compute and cloud, where we have the various simulations. The previous speaker that even spoke did some of the simulations. We have large scale processing, and at the top of it is the skills. Because no matter how advanced, really, if you think about it, when you go through connectivity to the infrastructure to security, no matter how advanced the infrastructure can be, no matter how well we are able to provide this infrastructure, if the people or we do not have the skill set to actually use these infrastructure, then we are not able to really sustain the system. So the important point here is to notice that all these 5 points depend on each other. So we'll take the first 2 layers, which is the connectivity and data. So on the connectivity side, we have Wakren's backbone infrastructure. So I would even just go back slightly to this slide. So on the side, the map actually there, the map that you see here is actually Wakren's backbone. That is, when I say the backbone, that is the countries and the various points that we are connected. So you notice that we have connections right across West and Central Africa countries, and some of them are outside of West and Central Africa, which is basically making it possible for us to also have data transfer beyond Africa. So that's the Wakren backbone talking about, the high capacity regional backbone. And this project is the Africa Connects 4 project, and it's been co-funded by the European Commission. Recently, just last year, we were able to connect 6 African countries, right, to this backbone. So that was just in 2025. And I mentioned earlier that for the next 4 years, we'll be connecting 2 more. So we have the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. These 6 countries were recently connected. And for researchers in these countries, for researchers in those countries, it wasn't just about the marginal improvements of the numbers, right? But it's about they also getting to participate in the global infrastructure. And then we have the data infrastructure. We are working with interoperable African knowledge systems. So a practical example is the UMESAT satellite data portal that we are currently working on. We have the WMO weather stations. As part of Africa Connects 4, we actually will be doing a number of procurements for weather stations and LoRaWAN gateways as well. And then we go to the next layer there, which is the identity and trust. So you realize that many non-technical people would be a bit surprised that identity is being captured in infrastructure. But collaboration at scale depends on trust, and trust requires these systems. So imagine a climate researcher here in Ghana who wants to connect or who wants to access data perhaps in Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, anywhere. Without federated identities, the person, she or he, would need separate credentials, separate approvals every time for every platform that they want to access outside of their domain. But with federated identities, you are able to use your institutional login from anywhere, from whichever university that you are in, right? It works anywhere within the ecosystem. So just like you'd be able to use your email and you'd be able to have access to other databases. And that's what federated identities do. And so at Wakren, one of our key initiatives is the Edu ID initiative. And we also have the Trust Broker Africa, all focused on building these identity federations and providing the necessary security. And I want to emphasize that connectivity without trust is incomplete infrastructure. And so it's very, very important. You could have all the infrastructure, but once there's no connectivity, you are basically putting all your data at risk. And then the last 2 layers, that talks about compute and human capacity. We have, so modern climate data is computationally intensive. For us, even process any amount of data, it is quite intensive. And today you'd have climate researchers running large simulations, running large AI models. And so you need that compute. And this is not laptop based or task anymore. And it requires serious compute infrastructure. And that is what Wakrine provides. We are building federated high performance computers across Hello. This is also one of the climate program that we are currently offering under Africa Connect. Under Africa Connect, for one of the key points or the key initiatives is really focused on climate. So there's a lot of funding that is directed towards climate. So I was talking about the HPCs. We'll be procuring of high performance equipment that will be procuring the links as well, various countries, connecting the various countries, links, procuring the equipment as well. And then we come to the last one, the skills. The infrastructure alone is never enough. Human capacity is definitely important. And so as part of building the capacity, just a few years we have a program called the Women in Working Initiative, and the ladies here is something that I would be interested in. We've trained over 90 women on how to use Python for climate and data analysis. For the next 4 years, each year, we will be training more women in this space, not necessarily on Python, but mainly on climate data analysis, measurements, and the likes, and related. We also have the LoRaWAN gateways. We are procuring also quite a number of LoRaWAN gateways. We have the open science and DevOps capacity building. So we have quite a number of trainings related to capacity building. And like I said, under AC4, under Africa Connect 4.
In fact, utanikuja uniambie siku ile unapatikana na mimi nione. Yes.
And Africa Connect 4, one of the key initiatives and capacity building will be focused on climate. And so this is where we are connecting infrastructure with innovation. So these are some of the innovation ideas that Wakrine sees as emerging. We have the Earth observation and geospatial intelligence. And there's one major area. We are seeing growth opportunities around satellites, analytics, GIS-enabled entrepreneurship. And all of these depend mainly on infrastructure. Another area we are also looking at is the IoT and environmental monitoring. The LoRaWAN gateways fall under this category. We also have, we are looking also at climate agricultural data ecosystems. And we have the open science where Wakrine has the LiveSense initiative, because you could have the data, right? But the data also needs to be accessible to other researchers. And it's not supposed to be data that you always have to pay for. So LiveSense is mainly about promoting open access, open science, where people, researchers can get access to data can publish their data without necessarily having to pay for that. And then regional collaboration is very, very important. In fact, it's not an optional for us at all. Because if you look at it, we have Wakrine in the center. We are connected to all the governments, all the universities, all the research startups, all the international partners. And no single institution can build this ecosystem alone. And that's why for Wakrine, it's more like a hub where we say every partner needs to come on board and make it possible for us to build this infrastructure. Because all the data analysis we've been processing, it wouldn't even be possible without the infrastructure, and we are here to make that possible. So regional collaboration enables shared climate repositories, regional sensor networks, federated data sets, shared AI computes, and we have the regional training ecosystems as well. So just getting to my last but one slide has to talk about the strategic challenges Africa must address. with all of this, now let's be honest, right? The first challenge is about sustainability. We've all seen what happens usually when we have donor-funded projects when they end, right? The servers go dark. You find the resources are also in the dark. Basically, there's like a whole halt of it. So, in fact, sustainability is one thing that we need to be focused on, and we need to build institutions that can run these infrastructure, the operations of these infrastructures on their own, and not just see these as projects. And that's what Wacken is also focusing on now. The other one is about the skill sets. We have abundant talents. We have quite a number of researchers doing quite a number of things, but the region still needs stronger pipelines, institutional supports to develop and retain the specialized expertise that we have. We talk about, sovereignty has now become the word in the digital space, owning the data that we have. As of now, if you want data, the data that you even want to process is probably even sitting somewhere outside of Africa. So it's really about Africans owning the data that we have, and we'll be able to make that happen when the infrastructure in itself is being owned by us. And then basically this is our vision. At the end of it all, we want to see this. So imagine walking into, say, in the next 10, 15 years, right? And every data set that is being discussed is hosted in Africa. This is the vision that we are looking at. Every data set is being hosted in Africa. It's accessible to African research institutions. You have regional climate AI infrastructure. You have the continental environmental sensor networks. Basically, everything is within Africa's reach, and it is being saved and being stored right here in Africa. This is what we are calling on partners to come on board, and let's make this happen. And Wacken aims to build this enabling infrastructure layer for the future. And so let me conclude with this, that climate resilience will not emerge from isolated projects. You realize that there are quite a number of isolated projects. We are all seeking to do the same thing, but you'd find a lot of isolated projects that are being run in silos. Climate resilience, it will not emerge from isolated projects. It's really more about partnerships. It's more about connecting institutions. It's more about open collaboration, shared infrastructure, and Africa-led innovation. And so my final statement and the final quotes would be that the future of climate innovation in Africa will depend not only on what we discover, but also on the infrastructure that we build together. And so I call on all the partners, I call on all researchers, all institutions to join Wacken in building the infrastructure that is being owned here in Africa. Thank you very much.
Let's give it to her again. Africa cannot build resilient climate system using disconnected digital ecosystem, right? Thank you very much. Please, any question for her? So, 1, 2. Please, the other mic.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I think during your presentation, you mentioned that Wacken is looking into expanding connectivity within West Africa and then Central Africa. And one of it is, I think you are investing in LoRaWAN gateways. And the last time I checked, the available gateways in Ghana are about 2. They are not that much. When I checked, it was about 2. So I want to see what you are doing to expand that. Secondly, also yesterday I made a presentation on a WMO compliance weather station, which uses the LoRaWAN gateway as its mode of data transmission. So I'd like to know, instead of procuring these weather stations, why don't we invest in the locally made weather stations which have proven its feasibility yesterday?
Okay.
Good morning. Your last but one slide showed tells us about how you intend having an Earth observation analytics approach for some of the things we do. The way I get it is African scientists or experts or Earth observation scientists who develop certain analytics that you can run on the platform. What is, if I'm wrong, please correct me, and what will be the approach? Are you going to contract people? Are you going to look at what we have done, researches people have done, the ways they've done it, then you get people to code it up, that sort of thing? Just give us some information so we can plan for the future.
Okay, so taking it from the last question, asking about if we are going to be getting people, right, to basically implement this. Certainly, we do have quite a number of consultants that we intend to bring on board. We appreciate and understand the fact that there's currently work going on. We are not going to start from scratch. There's basically no point in starting from scratch. We have consultants already in this space. We don't have all the expertise, right? So we'll come to you, the consultants, and say, this is our plan. How do we make this happen? And then based on your inputs, based on the feedback that we get from you, we then roll that out. And then to the question about why we won't invest in LoRaWAN gateways by weather stations. I don't know if that was a question.
How do you expand How do you expand the existing how do you expand the LoRaWAN gateways across the country because they are limited?
Okay.
And then the second one is why not invest in locally made weather stations, but rather procuring?
So one of the things that I mentioned in my presentation was the fact that we actually plan to procure quite a number of LoRaWAN gateways. It is part of the project's mandate to do quite a number of procurement. I appreciate the fact that you've realized that there are not a lot, but we do intend to procure a number of them. And again, it goes back to the consultants. We are just providing the resources, we have the infrastructure, but the deployments and even which countries and where exactly, even within the country, we fall back on the consultants. So there are plans to do that. About why we are not using the locally developed weather stations. Quite interestingly, we, as part of the project that we are Africa Connect for, there is a plan to develop a prototype weather station, right? Because we understand that procuring them is quite expensive. So why not use the ones that we already have? So there are plans to develop prototypes, stations of the project. There has been a prototype that has been developed, but we want to take that up from that next level and then now see how we can scale it up. There's going to be the prototype that will be developing as well, but also we intend to also procure some as well, just to balance them out. I hope the question is.
So a follow up on the gentleman's point. So how well are you working together with existing telecommunication companies in terms of deploying the LoRa gateways? Because they already have power at their stage, at the mast, and you need something way high up to put the sensor. So perhaps you should start talking to them, because you can surmount a lot of challenges if you engage them and have these things set up.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Again, we are not seeking to start from scratch, and we are certainly not planning to work in isolation. Think of Wakren as a telecom company. We do buy the connectivity ourselves. When I mean the fiber cables, the submarine cables. So we do that. The only difference between us and a telecom or an MTN or a Vodafone is that it's internet on a larger scale. For us, it is mainly focused on research and education networks. That is where the difference is. But when it comes to full-scale telecom, that is what Wakren does. So the infrastructure is not just about buying and giving it out. It's we buy it and we do the implementation ourselves, right? So, and in fact, we do work with quite a number of these telcos because we get internet connect from them as well. So it's a side-by-side thing, not working in silos having a lot of discussions with consultants as well to make this happen. Any more? Okay then. Okay.
Okay, so I would like to add. So, how do people or how do one reach you with their proposal regarding the weather station for consideration?
Okay. I think the last slide had my email. You can just see me afterwards, or you can just email PMO. You just see me afterwards, and I could give you my contact. Again, it's open. We are doing this together, so it's not in isolation. So we are welcome to suggestions and proposals. Thank you.
Let's give it to her again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, those online, do you have any questions? Sorry. All right. Thank you. Yeah, in fact, for me personally, I benefited from Wakrin. I think 2 years ago, she and her boss, Omo, who is in Nigeria, they took me to Nigeria at Obi Femi Awolowo University for a workshop on this LoRaWAN and the use of IoT. Was very, very good. And after that, they were supposed to take me to Italy for the high-level workshop as well. Wakrin is really doing very well, very, very well. And we are still expecting more from you. Thank you very much. Please, it seems we've been sitting for long. So can we have a short break? I think that will be fine. Yeah, please, those online, kindly, let's take a short break, then like 10 minutes break, then we'll come back to continue with the program. Thank you very much. 20 minutes. Please, let's clap for Mr. Francis as he leads in the presentation. Please, let's clap for him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Good morning. So, Francis Aqua Ameni. I work with the Ghana Domain Name Registry and the technical lead. As you rightly mentioned, I'm going to do a very brief presentation on building digital trust and online presence for climate entrepreneurs. And I believe this past day, yesterday and today, you've heard so much. I believe all of us here, some are climate advocates, some are environmentalists, entrepreneurs, and I believe, as the Bible says, after all is said and done, how do you get yourself online? How do you get yourself digital trust? So I'm just going to walk you through. First, I will introduce Ghana Domain Name Registry, what we do, and I will just dive straight into the topic. All right, so Ghana Domain Name Registry, as our name means, we manage the domain name extension, that's the .gh. So mandate is to just manage the top level domain names. Every country has a domain name that we call CCT, or the top level country code domain name. Every country has a 2 alphabet which represent a country. Ghana is .gh, Nigeria is NG, South Africa is ZA. So if you go to China, it's CN, CN, and Canada is CA. So every country has 2 letters that represent the country. So that is a domain name. So us here in Ghana, so we are the agency mandated to manage this root zone, and we do it on behalf of the good people of Ghana. So our vision is to establish a digital sovereignty, making .gh a globally recognized domain name. As you know, yes, we are not there yet, so it's a journey. We are trying to become the best. So if at the mention of .gh, everyone should know, yes, it's a domain name which is from Ghana. So that is our vision, and our mission is also to want to position .gh in a way that it becomes attractive for everyone. Because as it stands now, a lot of Ghanaians are using the .com, .org. Most of, even if I want to ask how many people are using .gh here, probably, okay, let me ask, how many people are using a .gh domain here? Your organization or your individual? Just 2? So 1, 2, 3, 5 out of about 50 people here. So, currently it's not a household name yet. So it's our mission that we make it a household name. So in about 5 years, when we want to ask how many people are using .gh, we'll see probably 90% of people using as individual domains, as organizational domains. So this mandate. Next slide. So let me. So what are our core functions? We are supposed to manage the .gh domain on behalf of the country, and we're also supposed to license registrars. So someone will ask, who are the registrars? Registrars are individuals, organizations who sell domain name on behalf of the registry. So we are a registry like a regulator. We don't sell domain registry. We have different models of operation. We have the 2R and the 3R. We are using the 3R. That's the registry, registrant, and registrant. So the registrant is you, the end user who buy the domain. You are the domain user. Technically, you are called a registrant. And the one who stands between us, who store the domain for you, is the registrar. So the GoDaddies and the likes, they are all registrars. Some are also reseller. Some registrars choose to have reseller in between them, so that if they are expanding, okay, come and help me so they call on people to come and help them. So they are also resellers. So technically, the regulator doesn't sell domain directly to the end user. You open up, and it becomes a business model for people to also come and sell to other people. And we have to ensure security is safe. That is why we manage DNS. And let's skip. Let's go straight to DNS. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so someone asks, what is DNS? I remember in school we were taught the computer understand only zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. Okay, yeah. And who knows what an IP address is? Anyone? IP address. You know IP address? What is an IP address? Internet protocol. Okay. Okay. Let's come home. Telephone numbers. Okay. What's your best friend's name? Mark. What's his telephone number? You don't know, but he's your best friend. Why don't you know? Then okay. Yes, he's right. Somebody is surprised that he says it's not important to know. But yes, I wouldn't waste my head to say someone number in my house. I can save the name. So DNS is like a phone book. It translates like the numbers into names. Ideally, since computers only understand zeros and ones, it doesn't understand those alphabets. So the DNS that is able to translate, because every website, every digital presence has an IP address behind it. So the computers know only the IP address. So the DNS will try to interpret the IP address for the computer to understand. So it's the work of a DNS. So if I want to probably go and search Calibrate 2026, the computer doesn't know what is Calibrate. It only knows zeros and ones. So, and behind the Calibrate 2026, there's an IP address, there's Internet Protocol address behind it. So the DNS will try to translate the IP address and let the machine understand, okay, this IP address connect to Calibrate 2026, so that every search you do, every information that is linked to Calibrate 2026 will just come up. So there's no need to have to memorize every IP address or every telephone number. That's the same as your phone book. That's why you have to say people's name, but how you can easily remember. So that's basically the work of a DNS, domain name systems. It helps to translate IP address into domain name so that the machine and the computer can easily interpret and understand. Okay, so why DNS matter? Why is it very important? We're talking about visibility, we're talking about trust. Because if I meet someone here, yesterday I was here during the opening ceremony, and I think during his opening remarks, he said, let's connect, take someone's complimentary card. So I've given you my complimentary card, and I go and there's a website on it, and I go and it's down. What was the impression? You're not serious. Because probably you've come here to pitch your company and I have interest in your company. I took your card or I took your website address and I went and I searched, and either it doesn't exist or 404 error. So no, this is really not serious. I won't go there again. So it's about visibility, it's about trust. Because anytime I want to go, I have to see what I want to see. So if you have a working DNS, every time it should be able to translate the IP address into the domain name for everyone who is online and who is searching for you to be able to see. And a professionalism, as I said, if I've given you my complimentary card, or I've given you my details, and you go search on me, you don't see me, you may think I'm not serious. But probably that's not the case. Maybe my technical guys are not really up to their task. So you have to, it's also show that you are a professional, because if a company is here and their site is down, it's being hacked, and so it also shows you are professional and scalability. So there you go. Okay, so domain name is your digital asset. Who doesn't agree with me? Your domain name is your digital asset. I believe as we've come here as Climate, we entrepreneurs, there are a lot of field in climate, agri, other sectors, and we may want to register our companies or work with businesses. And I believe some of you here have registration with the Office of the Registrar of Companies. But how many of you have tied your domain name to your company? 0. One thing I've noticed, people try to, because maybe domain name, they may say it's expensive, they may want to go to the social media. Yes, social media is not bad. But probably my company name is Francis, and I've registered Francis. I've not bought my domain name yet. I'm using it online, on social media. I don't have my trademark. I don't have any patent to that name, but I use it on social media. And someone goes to register a domain name Francis, and the person starts using business. How's it going to be? Won't it be a conflict? Because in the domain name business, we use FIFO, first come, first serve. Unless you have a trademark, that is when you can come for a domain dispute. But once you don't have a trademark or any patent, or it's not a popular name, like the Coca-Cola, that one, everyone knows, it's a household name. So, but me, Francis, sitting my somewhere, nobody knows me. So the registry will not come and fight for you. Okay, it's for someone. No. We do first serve. Once the person registered has proven that he has a company registered in that name, it's registered for him. So it's your digital identity. So as we are trying to become entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurism now because you may have to look for funders, the MasterCard and the likes, because of trust, you need to have certain digital identity. Because if you're looking for franchise, because now if you go online, you see different similar names. Which of them is you? So it's very important that you pin down that domain name or that identity so that we know it is you that we are looking for anytime we search for you. And it supports long-term branding. Because as the same example, I've been using Francis. I remember the first time I wanted to register my name, company name, 2012 at the Office of the Registrar General. The name I thought I've been using for some time, when I went there, it's already been taken. And it's happening. The name that you think you've been using, that is why it's normally advisable that before you use any name for any business, register that name. And I know for physical registration, we are good at it, but the online one, we don't do it. So by the time you realize that name's already taken, and probably you already have about 500 clients known by now that brand. So what happens? You have no option to change the name. And switching brand to is difficult. Not everyone may follow you to your new brand. So for a long-term brand, you need to secure your digital identity as well as you secure your physical identity. So it's very important that you do that as well. Look, for example, if I want to apply for a grant from MasterCard, in my application, my friend here uses climateventures@gmail, and I use founders at greenfield.africa. Who do you think MasterCard will give preference to? .africa. Why? Someone else?
Add some kind of credibility to the individual at hand. So once I see an organizational email sending me email, then I target as important. But with Gmail, it is something I can conveniently do, and you cannot even confirm the identity of the person. So once you have an institutional mail from maybe an institution, then you can also, say that, since it's from an institution, it is more credible, and I should target as important.
Wonderful. Anyone else to add?
Yes, so basically, just to add to what he said, right, it shows that you already got something going on, right? So you have a reference point, you have an identity, but the climate venture, it could be you are now starting, but with this, we all know you have something already in existence. So MasterCard will definitely go for this.
Wonderful. That's good. So, hope we have ever heard, I think it was from the Ministry of Communication, ever said all government agencies should use official email address for every official communication. Do you know why? Because a Gmail, anyone can impersonate. I can create Sam George at gmail.com. Gmail will not ask me, are you Sam George? They won't ask you. Anyone can create Ministry of Communications at Yahoo. No one will ask you. But if you come to any registry to register such domain, you have to go to the you have to justify that you own that domain. You are an organization registered, you have the document to prove that it's yours. So that means it's a credible organization. So it makes you very credible. So that is why it's good to also register your digital identity, so that if you are pitching, if you are applying for any grant, if you are presenting yourself to anyone, they know it's legitimate, is trustworthy. Because we are in a day of cybercrime and people are doing a lot of impersonation. So just to keep yourself on the safer side, it's good to have a domain name. So investor readiness, I think I've already said, just to go through. So go back. So as entrepreneur, these are the 3 key items that you need to. Digital trust, it really matters. As I've said, have the digital. So even if you're not ready to build a website, but it's very important, secure domain name and put it down. Because you might be using that name, and by the time you're ready, then the name is already taken. So make sure you secure your digital identity first. Website. If I'm pitching for something, I have a website and you don't have, I have an advantage over you. Now there are free tools online. Now let's make use of AI. AI have a lot of tools that can build websites for you. So let's make use of them. And now even if the hosting that is a problem for you, there are other free hosting options that you can use. So let's make use of online tools, AI, to build it. So get your digital identity, get a website, something basic that talks about you. You know, even I've noticed, just even in Ghana, very few people have personal emails, even the elite. But other countries, you see a lot of name.me, maybe francis.me. But thankfully, people use LinkedIn for a lot of personal profile. But if you go to the developed countries, most of the people have their name.me. So anytime you want to know anything about them, everything about their life stories is there. And if he's going to pitch or going for a grant with me, I don't stand a chance because he has all information. I don't have to go and search about him. Every information I need is there. So getting a website is very important. And your online credibility is very important. There's one thing that we say, the internet never forgets, your digital footprints. At times, if you don't have, because it's not a company, a social media, or it's not a company website, you are not, I don't know the right, very careful about what you post there. Because if you know my website is on climate, I'm conscious of what I post because everything will be about climate. But you know, we are in a age of social media. People would want to post the food they eat, and where the place they went, the luxury, the vacation they had. But that is your social media, okay? But if it's your organizational website, you'll be very careful. Let me share this story with you. You know, at times, the internet never forgets. So anything you post there was this story of, it's a true life story. There was an interview. They wanted 2 people, like just a person. After the long interview, there was a tie. They had 2 people who qualified. They are good. So they had to find a way to eliminate one. So they have to dig into their social media. Even now, currently, if you've noticed, if you go for interview, people don't normally call. They don't, in the past, they have to call someone, your reference. But now they rather dig your social media. Now, they don't call. How would they call? Unless the military, they'll pass your back to do your background check. But most people, they will just go to your social media. So they have to use social media. So they're dark. And you know, one of them, those days, university days, Kantanka, a boy, so he had taken a half-naked picture and posted on social media. Something he did 10 years ago ruined his work 10 years ahead. That is why I say your digital footprint really matter. So if he was conscious on day one and his social media account was for his business, I don't think he would have posted that private stuff on that page. So let's get conscious from day one, and everything that we do have to be in consonance with what. So in summary, this, your domain name, your website, your email, your social media, investor, and the impact. So as I just said, you just have to have a domain name. Probably you can use .gh. That means if you're using a .gh, that means everyone knows this climate activist or advocate is coming from Ghana because it shows you a Ghanaian. Get a website, get an official email, info, support. That makes you are really in business. Get the social media to that account. That is when you're able to attract more investors and make that impact. Next slide. And you know, these are the various climate field which I believe most of you are already venturing into: agri-tech, clean energy, food monitoring, and waste recycling. And these are all climate which if you are venturing into this, you need an active domain presence to be able to venture into this and do it very well. Because of time, I won't dive so much into it. But as Adet said, we are in a day of artificial intelligence and we have to use them wisely. And they can help you solve a lot of problems. Next slide. Okay, so as Adet said, what's the future for climate entrepreneurs? AI integration. Let's try to integrate AI into Portal, because now most people have very interactive, even just WhatsApp, they have interactive. Once you send a message, they'll start giving you response like they are interactive. People have, if you go to a website, they have live chat, they can chat with you, they are all integrated. So let's make use of AI, let's use technology to data-driven system. There are a lot of data, open data around. Let's make use of them and be able to make impact. So our key takeaway, your digital identity matters. As I said, the internet never forgets. So let's try building our digital identity from here. If you're not doing it, so if you had a page that you have been doing those things there, from today leave that one aside, and begin to build a good digital identity from today, so that in future you'll be able to look at it and be proud of yourself. DNS will build trust, because once your DNS is active and resolved very well, your website or your pages will be up every day. Anytime anyone to look out for you online, your portal will be active. And DNS as well, we support cybersecurity. We're going to make sure, as your DNS is good, I won't say you can be attacked, but at least you are a little protected. And digital resilience enables scaling. So I'll pause here. If anyone has a question, you can ask me when time is up. But just if you have one or two questions, I will take them and I will take leave of. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a concern regarding the domain. I think initially from at the beginning of your presentation, you said, if I'm not misconceiving the information, you said it should be available to individuals as well, the domain.gh.africa or something like that. Yeah. My concern is that this is an identity that some of us that we are not technically good in internet or something use to identify authentic website. Yeah. The moment I see .ng, I know Nigeria. Any government parastatal that I see, I know I'm on the right website. Yeah. Now that it will be able to individual, how do we get saved from internet fraudsters and scammers, online scammers?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think individual not as in anyone just comes without scrutiny and we just give it to you. As I did mention in my other speech, because it's a trusted domain name, before you can register, you go through that scrutiny. If it's a company, we make sure you have your certificate of incorporation, because at least that's why I said many Ghanaians or people remember to do their fiscal registration, but they forget to do their online registration. So we'll make sure that if you say please, what's your name? Titus. Okay, if it's Titus, we have to make sure it really belongs to Titus. If the company is called Titus, we have to prove that you've registered the name with Office of the Registrar of Companies, have the certificates. That means it's yours before we can register it for you. So we go through the process. We don't just come, anyone just come and we can give it to you. So we have to make sure it is yours. And especially, domain name, we have several. We have EDU. Before you can register EDU, you have to prove that it's an academic institution. You have to bring a certificate before we can give it to you. If it's gov.gh, it has to be a government institution. If it's node.gh, it has to be a military or a state defense. So we have the various categories and the scrutiny that we take them through. We don't just issue domains out to anyone, just like that. But just I said it because it's open, in as much as we scrutiny you, it's free and fair. Thank you. All right.
Those online, do you have a question for him?
I'm here. Okay. Sorry if you said this, I wasn't around. Does it come with the costs and how much?
Okay, yes.
Please let me add something. Apart from the cost, what are the procedure involved?
Okay, sure. That's a good question. So the cost currently to have a domain name is 600 per annum, 600 Ghana cedis per year to have a domain name. Yeah, and you go to Ghana.com. To when you go, you see .gh, register.gh. So you fill in your various details. If it's a company, there's a portion that you have to upload your company certificate and the various information that we need from you. Once we go through and we are okay, we just okay you and you make the payment and your domain name is registered. Yes. With anyone. But just gov.gh, edu.gh, mail.gh are restricted. Gov.gh is for government. So if you're not government, you don't come near. If it's mail.gh, it's for military. So you don't come close. So the org.gh, the com.gh, that is one, it's open and info. Anyone can apply. And once you apply, you can get it. Yes, please. We are in the process of making it much cheaper very soon. Okay. .org. Ideally, org is for organizations, and com is for company, as the name says. Yeah.
I know he has left some few things out, which on behalf of the, let me call it the board of this registry, to also mention that Ghana is rising after learning from Nigeria that we are losing a lot of money to many external partners, which is not helping us. You see, if you do .com, we are giving money to who? US. .org, US. Now, if you count how many organizations, even the international ones, who are registered in Ghana and using .com and .org or all the other dots that we think about, we are losing money. And we are talking about 24-hour economy, which should be driven by digital technology. And the first point of entry is your domain name. So which means that for the layman, somebody can go through US, do so many things. And we are here, we are not aware. Even the banks and all the other agencies, they are all supposed to root through our system first for us to see, according to our laws and values, before it goes somewhere. And sometimes too, when there is a cut in the fiber as it happened before, locally we can what? Be able to restore it. So currently there is a lot of processes going on. You see, he mentioned Ghana.com, you go there, register, but there's a whole transformation going to make sure that when you go to the registry, at that point, after getting your name, you should be able to what? Immediately add that you should be able to register for that name. The other point is that for us to also make businesses in Ghana visible, you know, we have public procurement. There is also a discussion going on to make it mandatory, to make sure that at least we are also driving some of these things locally. Like this young man who is that he is registered with so many free, whatever, and you give him money somewhere. We want to be able to do it because as a country, through the ministry, we have enough capacity to be able to do that. Prof, I think you wanted to comment. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I think one of the major issues when it comes to getting people to register with the .gh, I would say probably is also the pricing. Because if you go on platforms like Namecheap or you check platforms like GoDaddy and the rest, you can get some domains as low as maybe $6, and after the end of the year, you can get it at $12 onwards. So I think sometimes the pricing also plays a very huge role. And aside that, sometimes you might even get some additional things. So for instance, when you use Zoho Mail, you can create, let's say, the info at your domain, and that can serve as a use class and the rest for people. So that doesn't really come at so much of a cost as compared to what we have here. So I think one of the major issues is the pricing. And we, the youth, we will definitely go for the cheaper option. Thank you.
All right. That's true. So I think Prof has said it all. So as Prof did mention, we are undergoing what we call a redelegation. Okay, so one that is fully complete. Currently, the register is not fully automated. So it's a semi-manual registration processes. So yes, equally, I've been a registrar on the other side before, and I know some of them come with other packages. Yeah. So when we are fully automated, you'll see all those packages added to it. I understand your concerns. As it stands now, comparatively, it's expensive. I do share your sentiment, but once the process is completed, we'll come at least closer, so that at least we'll be able to allow you to safely switch to .gh. So, but until then, but it's still better in as much as of the price, because even if you are using search engine optimization, if you are using a .gh domain, if you do a search, your domain comes up before the .com and the .org. You can try that, you see. Because they give preference to country code domain because it's a trusted domain name. Because they know a country cannot just give domain to anyone. So if you do a Google search, those using country code.g.ng, they have preference than using .com. So until we get to that place, it's fully automated, we get those packages, let's switch and make our digital presence as Ghanaians high. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Please, let's give it to him. Thank you very much. We take a 20-minute workshop. A 20-minute workshop on AI-powered geospatial intelligence for climate development solutions. Minutes, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Abazami Malex Aitinya. I'm a final year computer engineering student at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And today I would like to present on one of our solutions. I've been working under the office of Prof. Kaboba, and I would like to just touch on a few things before I move on to the presentation. So in the course of the 2 days we have been here, we can all attest to the fact that it leads to one particular point or one particular thought. We have justified the fact that we face so many climate issues here in Africa. We have a lot of dialogues and conversations around creating accessibility to solutions and all that, but there's little being done practically, or even if it is, we are not really feeling the impact of the current solutions that have already been created. I would like to use Honorable Prof. I always call him Honorable, so Professor Kaboba as an example. If you check his Google Scholar page, he has had over 180 plus publications on the climate infrastructure and topics that spells from greenhouse gases to food security, etc. But then after all the years of experience, I'm sure we have a lot of academia people here. how do we put those research papers or whatever you have found at the end of the research in actionable or practical use? We also find ourselves in a growing generation where, as already mentioned, we have a population of 1.2 billion people in Africa, and 80% of that constitutes youth. We have a lot of innovative thinkers who are doing so many things, yet the opportunities available are very limited. So I would like to move straight into and talk about our solution. So I've worked with Prof for some months now, and he raised the topic about automating, geospatial analysis and having documentation around it. So we were able to work on something. We are currently close testing it, and we are open to collaborations and partnerships as time goes on, if you may show interest in the project that we are working in. So the name of the project is Dagawe Intelligence, an AI-powered environmental intelligence platform for Africa. I wouldn't want to bore you so much with the justification of the problem, since so many people before me have mentioned problems from different aspects. And we all understand that, yes, Africa, we have climate issues. We have climate problems that need urgent attention and urgent action. So yes, we have increasing floods, droughts, wildfires, deforestation, etc. The statistics also shows that Africa remains one of the most vulnerable continents when it comes to some of these problems that we find, or the climate issues that we find around us. We also understand that the current existing environmental systems have very limited, they have a lot of limitations. So for instance, I think when I went to UNED for my internship, I realized that there was something called ArcGIS, QGIS. I'm a computer engineering student. I didn't really know how those things worked. But within a week, Prof took me through the platform and understood that, oh, okay, this is how some of these things work. You integrate JavaScript and use that to, do some kind of imagery and computations. And I also realized that some people were there who had been doing one particular project for over 3 months. And I was like, what or how extensive is that work that you need to use 3 months to do it? So I decided to do some kind of research into it and ask myself, how does this work? And now we are in a technological era where artificial intelligence is available. How do you utilize it to make sure that, the job is done faster, more efficiently, and more reliably or resiliently? So I realized that they have to go through ArcGIS, QGIS to do some kind of computations, manually do some kind of research, and write a report on it. And I said, okay, can't an AI do that? Simply, an AI can do that for you in a matter of minutes. And you have to pass through the long process of taking months to go and observe a place that honestly, it's not like you are visiting the place to see what is happening there. You are directly using a tool or a service or a software as a service to have access to some of these things. So it means that AI can also take inferences from these available APIs and give you some kind of actionable results out of that. So yes, the justification of the project is that definitely we need an ecosystem that can help us. Yesterday, I like the fact that Esri came and took us through their platform, and they mentioned some of the things that they are doing to add up to some of the innovations around climate, mechanisms that we already have in existence. So it's something that is a bit similar to what we are doing, and some of the projects that I mentioned are also kind of integrated in what we do. And you would see that once I'm doing the demonstration of the event. So with Dagawe Intelligence, we give the AI-powered analysis. We have the real-time monitoring, and we have explainable environmental intelligence, the active geospatial visualization, and early warning systems. So I wouldn't want to bore you so much with a lot of technical terms, but as I already mentioned, Dagawe Intelligence and AI-powered geospatial intelligence platform that is focused on environmental monitoring and climate resilience across Africa. We are supposed to, as I already mentioned, we find ourselves in a continent full of very innovative youth who are doing a lot of things. But then at the end of the day, how do we put this particular knowledge or the innovation that we have into actionable solutions for people to also benefit or to also make some kind of impact at the end of the day? So the capabilities of our platform is, first of all, it's going to help with satellite-based environmental analysis. Secondly, we can search for environmental queries and trends using natural language. You have the hazard monitoring and alerts system, the AI-driven interpretation, and GIS-ready reporting and exports. So with the modules of our platform, so Dagaway comes in, I think, 5 different forms. We have the Daga Witness, which is your visualization map, and you can use that to select some kind of coordinates. You can select an event type, and it's going to be able to give you an analysis over the time period that you have also selected. With the Daga search, it works like an, let me say LLM. When I say LLM, it's a large language model, or let me say it works as an SLM. So you realize that ChatGPT, Gemini, and the rest, sometimes when we are doing research and all, but you realize that when it comes to information around ChatGPT, you need to be very specific with the kind of questions you ask it. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the results that you need. So we have been able to train a model as an agent to be able to work as a small language model that is trained on environmental data to give you a response that you actually need and you can actually use to make the important decisions that you want to make. And you can understand that using, so we have actually integrated natural language processing. So whenever you just text normal English to it, it's able to interpret it, take the various queries, and give you a response out of that. We have the early systems. We also understand that when it comes to climate, prevention is better than cure, and we can only prevent it if we have an idea of the trend that is going on, and if we're able to identify it as soon as possible. So early detection is very important and can also prevent a lot of things from happening or jeopardizing our current systems. So we have a dashboard that also contains analytics on the searches that you have also been able to do. And we have an AI assistant on the platform that is going to help you just navigate your way, answer certain questions, maybe what is an NDVI, what do they do, what do those things mean, etc. So with the system architecture, with the technical people here, we have been built on a cloud-based or 5-layered cloud-based system architecture that includes the front end built with React and Vite, the cloud logic, the data layer, the AI inference layer, and external data providers in order for us to be able to get, in order for us to be able to know what is actually going on. So for instance, we use something like Open Meteo API, that is to get the temperature and everything that is happening around. We also use the Supabase and Postgres for our backend, and with the Postgres, we actually use the row-level security method that helps with authentication and making sure that we are able to fetch data and queries easily. But in the Supabase, it is used to keep the data sets, and also we use that to train our model. So we put our models in a form of JSON packages and we train them. So we let them pick up a particular role. For instance, we prompt it to be like, okay, since you're an AI agent, this is what you do, or you are a researcher in this particular field, this and this and these are the parameters you need to use to know that, okay, this particular environmental query does this and that. Then after you have prompted it, it's able to look at the information that you provided and give you a response from that. So we are also taking advantage of the Gemini API and the ChatGPT 4. I like the fact that this program has been organized because we have I didn't know we had even some in-house platforms that could be able to help us. I think the information around some of these things is quite fragmented. So yesterday I found out Esri had this and that, and I decided to even try it, and I realized I even worked more than the third parties that we have there. And we are trying to build something specifically for the African continent. So if we are using a third party or using a Western product, we might not be getting the full potential, or we are not training our model in a localized way that can help us to make proper decisions to help our continent grow. So we also take satellite imagery from the Landsat and Sentinel. Initially, we were taking both, but because of some of the clustering and rendering issues, we decided to go with one. And as time goes on, we will try to implement and include the Sentinel integration. So basically, this is how the pipeline of the system works. The user is going to select a location or ask an environmental query. The satellite imagery and weather conditions, the data are also going to be retrieved. The spectral indices are going to be computed. So every event type has certain spectral indices and spectral bands that correspond to it. So if it is deforestation, reforestation, maybe we can be using something like the normalized differential vegetation index, or maybe the burnout rates or anything. So dependent on what the environmental query you are searching for is, it is going to base it on the index or the spectral band that has been provided for that. So the AI is also going to interpret the environmental patterns. Results are going to be visualized on an interactive map, and the alerts and reports are going to be generated upon request. With the scientific foundation, I've already mentioned that we use STAM spectral indices, and we have 4 main spectral indices that we actually use to support this. That is the NDVI, NDWI, MBR, and DBI, which are used for different use cases. And another thing someone might ask is, okay, how do I validate that the information that I am getting is actually accurate and usable in the field? So we source our data from the Landsat 8 and 9 satellite archives. We also use OpenMeteo to also get real-time data, real-time environmental insights when it comes to weather, etc. We also utilize OpenStreetMap. Recently, just yesterday, I decided to integrate part of the data sets from Esri, and it worked very well. We also source our information from the Google Earth Engine context to be able to support us with the analysis and also the data provided. Also, our platform searches the internet. So if there's any particular write-up, any particular publication on that particular environmental query that you're searching on, it is going to add it to the references in the report and also going to base on that to give you the best possible response for that. And this is basically how the interface looks like. I will showcase and try to give a demonstration of it after all. So some of the use cases, yes, you could use it for the flood monitoring and early warning systems or detection. You could use it for the deforestation tracking, wildfire detection, agriculture. So there are about 60 different event types currently our platform supports. And they are not all fully functional, but then it is dependent on the data that we have. So I want to also take this opportunity to call on researchers, institutions to also come and support us with data, because AI on its own cannot necessarily be useful until you are able to provide it with the right data and context in order to make the decision making that you want to also be able to do. So if you are maybe a student or a research person that wants to make your job easier, I think this tool is going to be very needed for you. And in order to make this usable for you, we also call on you to come and help us with the right data to also support this particular project. So with a database, I don't think this is something that might interest a lot of people. So let me just move from that. So what's the competitive advantage of this? I can boldly say that this is the first of its kind. I've gone through so many platforms, and I can boldly say that the Dagaway intelligence is unlike what we already or the current traditional GIS platforms that we have. So with the traditional systems, yes, we have complex GIS workflows, we have fragmented tools, only experts can fully utilize it. Sometimes students struggle, and I'm very happy about the fact that specified or made mention of the fact that sometimes we do not even have the right resources, facilities, and expertise to be able to learn. I'm a student and I know how it is when it comes to trying to find information, when it comes to learning certain things. Sometimes the information isn't really there and the lecturers are not going to give you everything. They expect that you should be able to go and research and find the information. So if you have an easy to use platform, it's going to make the work relatively easier. Students, this can be a hack for you, but you also need to understand what you are doing before you generate something to go and give your lecturer. So with the traditional systems, we have the limited explainability in the sense that most of the platforms available, you cannot really, if you don't understand it, you cannot really infer and get some responses. But with our platform, we are able to give you a professional summary and also maybe just a normalized one for you to understand. In real English, this and this and this is what has happened at maybe Kumasi at this particular time frame, and this might be happening because of this and this and that. If you want a more in-depth professional summary, it can also give you that response. So we also have delayed monitoring. Sometimes, in order to do research, you have to go to the place in person and test it. But with a platform like this, if we're able to build it more resiliently, you can do that analysis from the conferences of your home. Because what is the point of remote sensing if you still have to go to the place you are monitoring? Then it's not remote sensing, right? You should be able to sit at the your comfortable zone and be able to understand what is happening in the other side of the world or the other side of in the continent. And with that Gateway Intelligence I've mentioned, so we integrate the natural language interaction. It is all in a unified platform. It is not so difficult to use where you have to be running so many codes and everything. You just have to interact with the platform and everything is done for you. So it's accessible to broader users, whether you are an industry expert, whether you are a student. This is built to help you be more productive with the work that you do. We have transparent AI outputs. So in order to also add up to our credibility, we have confidence scores. The AI tells you that, okay, this is the information I've given you, and this is how confident I am of the information I'm giving you. So that you wouldn't go and use this somewhere and it will look like you are not so confident about the information I'm giving you. So I can boldly say that our platform gives you very confident results, and averagely our confidence scores are not less than 85%. Most of the times that it gives you an insight, and we can test that. I will test that quite soon. So as I also said, it gives you real-time environmental insights and etc. So yes, our competitive advantage. So it makes us faster prepared for disasters. It gives us improved environmental protection than already existing systems. And hey, this is developed in-house by Ghanaians and Africans, so it is something we can really utilize. We have better climate adaptation plans, evidence-based policy making, and increased accessibility to climate intelligence. As I already mentioned, we are calling on all stakeholders, governments, researchers, communities, NGOs, climate organizations to partner with us. In as much as it is a very good platform, I have to also be very transparent on the limitations currently and what we need to also do to make our system more resilient. Currently, we have issues. Those who do remote sensing we have sometimes cloud cover may affect the analysis. So we have a mechanism that is going to take away the cloud cover and give you the best possible response out of that. And you can also track all those things on the platform. We have the moderate satellite resolution limitations, and it's fully dependent on internet connectivity. We were trying to see if we could make it localized where you do not have to use internet, but it means that you would have to go and get maybe an Olama model, which takes a lot of processing power. We don't use GPUs here. Your PC might just be 8 gig RAM. So you might not have the right processing power or storage to be able to sometimes train these models locally. And also it might breach the confidentiality that we have. We also are dependent on third-party APIs. As I mentioned yesterday, I think when GMET came to make their presentation on Atlas, I was so excited. And I didn't know something like that existed. If some of these resources are available, there's no way the youth cannot work on systems to be able to help us. But because of the unavailability of some of these things, or because of the fact that some of this information is fragmented and not readily available, it makes it difficult for us to be able to add to current existing solutions. So yes, as I already mentioned, responsible AI applications are very needed. We don't want to come out with a solution that at the end of the day is going to raise question marks or is going to violate some of the already existing compliances around AI. So we have confidence scores I mentioned, we have explainable outputs, and the explainable outputs base and solidify the points that has been given to you, why I'm saying that this and this is happening and why I'm suggesting that you do this. The data providence tracking, the human verification support, and etc. So with the future roadmap, we are looking at deploying this platform to other institutions, to students, other stakeholders, etc. We are looking at including some AI concepts like convolutional neural networks in order for us to be able to use this in our localized areas. Maybe if you are a farmer and you want to know in real time, is this particular crop viable for this particular soil at this particular time? Is the weather condition going to facilitate that? All these are possible on our platform if we are also able to get the right resources to make it doable. We also try to integrate fully the Sentinel-2 imagery, etc. And by 2028, hopefully we could have a partnership with the government to make this easily available. So I would like to say the future of climate resilience in Africa depends on empowering the youth innovators or the young innovators today. We are the future leaders, and one of the best investments that you can make at this point is to fully invest in students or to fully invest in the young entrepreneurs trying to make the difference and impact through our actions. So I've already called for partnerships and I've already concluded. So I wouldn't want to waste so much time. If you'd want to test the platform, you could just, how do I say, scan the QR code and just fill the form. I would personally reach out to you and give you access. As I said, we are currently closed testing the platform. So we are calling on you. But if you also find difficult, you can just reach out to me after this and we can talk. So I'll go straight to the demonstration. All right, so this is the Dagaway Intelligence Platform. Once you log in and you create your account and everything, you can just directly go to Daga Witness. I already mentioned that we have about 60 different event types you can search on, ranging from deforestation, reforestation, rainfall patterns, land degradation, so many options for you to actually search on. So let's take something like maybe forest degradation. You can search for whatever location. I even decided to search for my hometown. I come from Kanjaga in the Upper East region. So we can search for that and that should appear on there. So good. Sometimes, as I already said, it is heavily dependent on internet connectivity. So if your internet is not so strong, you are going to face issues. You can also visualize it in the 3D form. You can also consider adding heat maps. I don't want to overload the internet, otherwise we are going to have some issues. It is quite slow. So you can run an analysis of forest degradation in Kanjaga. And you can also select the start date and the end date. So whatever year you want to start analyzing from, you can do that up to, whatever date you also want to be able to do. Because of the internet, it's taking a bit time, but usually it's supposed to be instantaneous. Let's wait a little for it to load. So you could also do advanced analysis on it. So for now, we have some things like cloud cover classifications, K-means clustering, ISO data, supervised, unsupervised methods. You can include, we have included all those models for you to be able to do the analysis on. So as I already mentioned, this is an authenticity notice that you get. This is the response. The data quality is 91%. So whatever information that is giving you, we are confident that it's 91% accurate. The cloud cover we have also identified is 18.2%. These are the spectral indices we used for analysis. So it tells us here. So analysis of OLI imagery for Kanjaga, Africa reveals a notable forest degradation of approximately 8.5% over a 2-year period from 2022 to 2024 within the range that has been given. So this degradation is characterized by a decline in vegetation health and density, primarily identified to reduce NDVI values. Then you have a more detailed analysis here that explains what happens. You can also download a report on it, and you can select some advanced visualization for it to do. If it's a thermal map, a 3D map, water index, burn severity, time series, high risk zones, ecosystem health, and driver analysis. I wouldn't generate a report. I'll show you samples here because it might take some time to generate because of the imagery. Move fast forward to Daga Search. So as I mentioned, Daga Search is more like the SLM, where you just go and text your queries to it like a natural language. So I can just go here and I'll search for maybe deforestation in maybe Kwehu from 2000 to 2010. Then you search. So So it is not just in Ghanaian countries. You can search for any other place in Africa. No matter how remote the area is, once it is on Google Map, you find it here. So good. It tells us that during the 2000 and 2010 period, Kwehu region, like many parts of Ghana High Forest Zone, experienced significant forest cover loss. Primary drivers include agricultural expansion, especially cocoa farming, illegal logging, charcoal production, and a lesser extent, small-scale farming activities, such like. So you can go on and on and on about the information. So it can give you recommendations on what to do as well. You can also download a report from it. And let me also mention, we have advanced data integration. You can just upload, whether a shape file, you can upload even an image, a picture of a map, and it's able to give you insights from the map that you have been able to put in. If it's a shape file too, you can do that. Similarly, for Dagger Witness, we have the comparison. You can compare event types at different time lapses and also make that, how do I say, that comparison, and sorry. So you can also have time lapses from a start year to end year, and gives you the trends that happened. And the GIS import. So you can import and export in GIS. So this particular platform is comparable with it's compatible with ArcGIS, QGIS. You can visualize everything here on the GIS traditional tools and vice versa. So we have a dashboard here that contains all your searches, the searches you have done, the analysis. You can refer to these at any particular point in time. Download it in a PDF form, in a CSV form, in a JSON form. You can use it on your code. You can use it everywhere. It is interactive and usable with a lot of platforms. So you can also search for the analytics. So with the Dagger search, someone might ask how it works. We take some NLP, we have queries. So one, the location, two, the time frame, and third, the event type. So it knows that I'm looking for deforestation at this location at this particular point in time, and makes the analysis and gives you a response on that. So we have the analytics dashboard here, which has the trends, distribution, comparison, the confidence scores. As I mentioned, it doesn't go below 85%. So you could see our confidence scores from all the analysis we have done over the time. We also have the early warning dashboard, which we are still actually working on. That is going to be able to give you early warnings on some of these trends that you can identify. So we have thresholds that you could set. You can set the region, the hazard type, the metric. So we have base values that you could put in. So once you realize that there's some abnormality in the trends, then you know that there's something wrong and you are alerted about it. You can use the weather data, you can observe trends, etc. So for now, I would say, okay, let me take you through a preview of the PDF and I end. So this is how the reports would look like with the satellite imagery. So you don't have to do the work. It does that automatically for you. So whether it's false composite, NDVI vegetation index, whatever, you can do that here. The key findings, the analysis, the trends visualization, you can do that here as well. The risk assessments, the recommendations, the geospatial methodology that was being used, the uncertainty quantification, the references and data sources as well. So as I already mentioned, we have academic references. So you can see from here that we have some academia references that have been put in when it came to the responses that were given. You can also see the literature comparison. You can also see the tools that we use to process. So everything that we do on this platform is accounted for. This is another example. You could also visualize for yourself. You can see the imagery, all that. It's here. Then, so all this is available for you to use. I would like to end my presentation here, and thank you so much. Any questions? Yes, please.
Great innovation. Please, let's clap for him again. This is what Africa needs. Great innovation. Please, any questions for him? Okay.
So thank you so much. I'm excited. If this had been here earlier, I would have completed my MPhil in 1 year, even in 6 months. So what I want to find out, If, for instance, I'm a PhD student and I'm working on areas like this, is it that every information I'll pick here is authentic and my supervisors will not say I'm using AI to do my work?
Hello. All right. Thank you very much. So, one, AI was created to make life easier, more efficient, more productive. And I'm sure our lecturers here also understand the fact that AI is a tool. We also use it. My dad is a professor, so I help him use AI sometimes to do some of his work. So the only issue is the ethical and moral use of it. When students decide to try to use AI in malpractice, that's when it's a problem. But with this particular platform, we have disclaimers. Sometimes AI can make mistakes. The data sources are also specified here, which you can reference on. So once you use this platform, it is up to you to also do the extra work at least to verify and fact check whether the information that are here are actually what it says. Once you do that, I'm sure you can develop your document more properly because it has already given you an outline and everything. So I don't think academically it should be an issue. You can use the platform, but just make sure that you know whatever is on the document and you can defend it. Thank you.
Let's take, for instance, I'm dealing with land use, land cover data, like the changes. And I have my satellite images. Is it possible I can upload and it will generate?
Absolutely. I've mentioned that you don't need to even use a shape file. You can just use a normal picture. You can take a screenshot of any map, put it on it, and verify. It gives you insights on that. I think others have questions as well. Yeah, I think we can take the question from the person online then.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is this. Is this AI fully integrated with real-time monitoring and, let me say, weather? For example, localized one, that if there is heavy rainfall in here we had today, can I just go to the AI and see if this rainfall really cause flooding in that particular, at that time?
So as it stands now, we source our weather data from Open Meteo. And because of that limitation and our dependence on external APIs, we are limited to the data that they offer us. So we currently do not, it's near real time, but it is not real. Like it's not, exact. But it can be done if maybe GMET gives us access to that. You see, sometimes these things are paid for and they are very, very expensive to acquire. So because of that limitation, we decided to also minimize. This platform can do a lot of things if the right resources are available. And to shock you with some of the things we even decided to test. But because of the paid packages and the resource intensiveness, we also had to minimize the functionalities of this. We are going very wild with the innovation, but our packets could not support everything that we wanted it to be able to do. So once that has been made available, it can do it 100%. Okay, Mr. I don't know whether it's Patrick. Can we hear from you, please?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a great presentation and also a great innovation, of course, highly commendable. Congrats. My question is having doing with that of the accessibility. Is it now on a pilot basis? No, aside that one, too, in terms of accessibility, how can one reach out to it? Like if you look at those in existence, something like the chat GTP, we have versions that are free and others that you need to pay. So what is the state of this one for now?
Okay, so this particular presentation has given me one particular enlightenment that this is a tool that everyone actually needs. initially we were close testing with a few people to just justify if there was a need for a solution like this. So with the accessibility, all we need to do is get a domain. So we can talk to those who registered the domain, register it and make it usable for you. And it is going to be easily accessible as in just searching dagawayintelligence.com and you just have access. And we're also open to having tiers. That is some of the, for now everything is free, but the more people use it, the more resources it's going to need. So we would also have to generate a revenue model to be able to help us keep this solution running and hopefully also scaling up for more people to be able to use. So yes, it is easily accessible. Currently it's hosted on Vessel, and I can share a link with whoever is ready to also use it. And I think I just projected a link, a QR code you could use to contact me. So once you contact me on the QR code, I will just give you access to the link, then you can test it out for yourself. So it is easily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your work, your presentation, and your AI is beautiful. But I've been following your work. I don't know if probably I missed it or could you? I'm just curious. I want to know the reason why you chose to use Dagawi.
Okay.
Yes. I just
All right. Why I chose to use Dagawi. So this was from my supervisor, Prof. Amos Kaboba. So I think he will be in a better position to explain why he chose that name. But initially we went with Geopulse. But I mean, I have to give respect to the person who impacted the knowledge in me to be able to work on this. So this is for him, and as a respect to him, I've named it the way he also wants me to. So I think, Prof, you can ask him and he will explain to you why he decided to go with Dagawi. Dagawia. Okay, I'm a bully, so I don't know the meaning.
The name is Dagawie. Dagawie. Dagawie means, the environment. It's like the world, the environment. So that's Dagawie. So it's Dagawie. Yes. Okay. Please, any.
Just a quick recommendation. When you are coming out with innovation like this, you feel like, oh, everybody should use it. But please get a plan, financial model for it. Because you need to do updating, you need to do a lot of things. So it shouldn't be free. That is what I'm going to say. It shouldn't be free at all. Just get, if not too big, but something so you can, if you want to widen it, you can do it, you can do all your, and get, please, it shouldn't be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, there is somebody online. Can we just hold on to it? Just hold on to your question, please. Let's give up to him. Thank you very much, please. Thank you very much for the work done. We are grateful. So we will take the other questions later, please. Yeah, so we have students from Dr. Hiladema Technical University, and they have been following the program online since yesterday. We are grateful to them. And also we have the Vice Chancellor of the school. Also, he's also online. He has been following the program. And this afternoon, she wants to just say a word. I hope Prof is online. So can we welcome Professor Hamindatu Saka Darmani, the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Hiladema Technical University, WA. If you are there, can you just say a word to us? Prof, are you online?
Yeah, hello, I'm here. Yes, I think we were all muted, so I couldn't really hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, Hello, am I online?
Yes, Yes, Prof, we can hear
Okay, so
you.
good afternoon, everyone. I am happy to join you all today at the Calibrate Conference 2026. I wish to thank the organizers for such a wonderful conference. I listened to the young man that just finished with the presentation, and I feel it's very remarkable. I haven't been following too long, but the little that I listened to really gives us hope that there's really this serious research to solve our climate problems. I would want to commend my graduate students for joining this program all through. As you know, we just got a project. We are in collaboration with some EU partners, four EU partners, and some other 5 African partners that has come out with UNEL being a partner with a new program called the agroecology. So our graduate program, most of them are on this agroecology program, and our university is located at the Upper West region. As you all know, some people say it's called Southern Burkina Faso, right? With major, in fact, I say that the climate change is real, but we see it to be much more severe on our part because of where we are located. You know, we experience rainfall just once in a year, which means that for us, even if it's hitting everybody, it hits us much harder around that part of our country. So we really see this conference as one of the major platforms to shape the young minds so that we can have these solutions. Um, at DHL2U, we are into several interdisciplinary and multinational research, and we are calling for collaborations in various fields in agriculture, climate change, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, pharmaceutical sciences, science lab, and construction engineering, and many more. So our doors are really open for collaboration. I know that this conference is packed with so many knowledgeable people and people that are also open for collaboration. So I would want to say that our doors are also open for such collaborations. And I must commend again the organizers for such a wonderful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can we clap for Prof? Prof, we are grateful. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Now, can we have we take another workshop on climate data analysis and modeling. Let's clap for him. Please do it for us in 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Kwame. I'm from the University of Ghana, and I work with Daniel. So the idea was to present to you some solutions that we have worked on under. Is it not?
Sorry. There is someone online, and it seems because of the time difference, the person must come on now. Otherwise, it might be late over there. So it's better he will come in at 1 p.m., but it's almost 1. So I think it's better we allow that person to just, we are sorry about that. So sorry about that. Yeah. So,
So it's not yet. It's from yesterday's the green climate.
No, I don't have that one.
I also didn't bring my copy.
Okay,
My
but the
document.
presentation over here, what's the title?
Yes. No, there's no title. It's just the
Green
green
Climate
climate.
So we are going to have a presentation on the Green Climate Fund. If the person is available online, kindly take over. Yeah, it seems the person has gone off, so we will just continue when he comes. Yeah, so please, we are sorry.
So my name is Kwame. I'm from the University of Ghana. I'm a marine scientist, and Daniel is also a colleague that I work with. So we at the University of Ghana we handle the project for African Union and European Union on the use of satellite data for natural resource management within the ocean space. So we looked at oil spills, mapping potential fishing zone maps, and so forth. So today we felt like it would be nice to show some ideas that we are also working on with respect to how the changing climate affect fish distribution. So Daniel put together some notebooks in Python. He looked at data, sea surface temperature data sets for about 20 years. 20 years. That would allow us to see how the ocean is warming and possibly how it's also affecting mesoscale processes like upwelling, because upwelling drives nutrient distribution that determines where fishes would go. Perhaps he would also show frontal maps, basically looking at changes in sea surface temperature and how that would have also changed, because the more ocean fronts that you have, the chances of finding optimal areas for fish also increases. So I'll pass the mic on to Daniel. I'll be here to also answer some technical questions that you would have. Then later in the day, I'll be part of the moderation on how we have to bring innovations and open data into climate data analysis and developing solutions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I'm having a major.
Upwards towards Senegal, Dakar, you could tell that it's more colder there And this actually gives you some understanding or some information about how everything will play in the coming demonstrations. So, hello, sir. Can you kindly? Hello, excuse. Can you just scroll down? Yes. So, I just want to talk about upwelling. It's one of the major concepts when it comes to marine science, where cold water from the bottom of the ocean comes to the surface, which actually drives nutrients or brings nutrients to the surface. And what happens is that when this event occurs, it makes food available at the ocean surface where fish actually aggregate towards you. So with this information, once you are able to understand this concept with sea surface temperature too, you'll be able to correctly identify areas where fishes are likely to go and at what time of the year to actually have that occurrence. And that is what upwelling is. And all this is connected to sea surface temperature. So let's scroll up. All right, this is okay. So I just want to also show you ocean front. So when the temperature of the ocean changes, right? Normally, it's what the image I showed earlier. It is the normal representation of how it looks like at the what's it called at the our coast is quite warmer, but when upwelling occurs, there's a sudden change in that temperature, and what happens is that it creates something we call front, and this front is where fishes are normally aggregate. That is in the second image. When you look at the Canary section, which is the Senegal and Mauritania area, it's quite colder there, and hence there's a lot of they have a major fishing industry there because you are likely to you are mostly to find a lot of fishes in those areas, and we experience that within at certain instances of the year. And that is when we call the ocean front. When that changes in our temperature from warm to cold, we experience the front where fishes actually aggregate to. Knowing this, it has a lot of opportunities, or it presents a lot of opportunities for people who want to actually develop services or products around that, in the sense that people want to know where fishes are. Our artisanal fishers who go to sea, sometimes they complain about going to sea and not catching anything, only catching plastics and stuff like that. But with this kind of information given to them, right, they are able to know where exactly they have to go, the exact location, because this has coordinates attached to it. So they can know where this events or where to go to catch fish. And the beautiful part is that the industrial fishers, they have some of this technology to be able to do that. And when this happens, that is where you know that you're likely to find fishing vessels there. And it's also going to be a hotspot for illegal activities to also happen. So our fisheries managers who are mandated to also ensure the management of this of our ocean resources can also take advantage of this information to also help secure or protect our marine resources for us. So yeah, we could. And yeah, this is okay. And climate change is one of the major topics we hear about, and it's one of even the reasons why we are here. The ocean is actually warming. And what you see, I don't know if you could really see it well, but behind the scenes, there's an annual natural changes in temperature, which is from warm to cold. But the red dotted line across the plot you see is the normal threshold that we have. And looking at where the arrow is showing, this actually talks about how our temperature has changed from the beginning of the century, from 2000 to now we are 24, and it's increased by 0.5. 0.5 to you might sound very insignificant, but in the ocean space, it's a major drastic changes where it affects so many ecosystems. So how can maybe somebody take advantage of this data or this information? You could create an alert system to inform people or inform the necessary agencies that are mandated, because when this happens, a lot of people are affected. People in the aquaculture industries, people within the tourism industry are so affected by this event. So I'm just speaking because we are climate entrepreneurs, just to have you focus on, okay, these are some of the opportunities or information that you could take on to be able to create certain unique services to present to people who actually need this information, because there are people out there who need it, but they don't know how to get it. So if you could take advantage of this data and this information, you could develop unique services to be able to meet that demand. Yeah. Can you scroll up? It's a lot of code. I was trying to hide it. But one thing is also important is what we call marine heat wave. This is as I mentioned earlier, there's a threshold we have. When that threshold is the normal daily temperatures of the ocean goes up beyond that threshold for a period of 5 days, we refer to as marine heat wave. And this particular event is so devastating that a lot of industries that benefit from the ocean get affected, like the aquaculture people who are into mariculture, who harvest, tilapias and all of that, and other fish in this thing, cannot survive when there's a marine heat wave. A lot of these businesses lose money as a result. Tourism goes down, coastal managers are affected, even coral reefs are also affected in the long process. So you could even develop a coral reef monitoring service from out of this information or this data that you are looking at. And when you come down, this is a detailed. So from the initial image, it shows the red spot that this particular threshold it went up beyond that particular year. That is, the recent one was in 2024. When you come in, when you go deeper into that particular year, you can see the red area that particular event of marine heat wave actually occurred within March to June, between March to this thing. And this actually had so much effect on our marine ecosystem. So many quotes. All right, perfect. So this is to demonstrate. Can you go up a little bit? Up a little bit, so that we can see December. Up a little bit. Like up, yeah. All right, it's okay. So when you look at this particular visualization, what it tells you is that nature, or there's this normal change in temperature from January to April, we begin to experience warm temperature at sea. But when it gets to June, July, August, you could see the red spot when the temperature actually changes. And this actually drives, this as a result of upwelling, and this drives nutrients to come to the ocean surface where fishes aggregate. And I don't know if you know about the close season and that happened this is based on that information to be able to know when to actually close the ocean to be able to conserve our marine resources. These are some of the information that that decision makers actually need to be able to build quality policies. Imagine they didn't have this information. They might have decided to close the ocean during January when there's nothing happening. But with this kind of information being given to them, they can know there's that time to actually implement or formulate good policies that could help us conserve our ocean and our ocean resources at large. Can you scroll up? So with climate change happening, there's the sea surface is changing and all of that. And this map is to show you the population, because when climate change happens, people are affected, populations are affected, storm surges occur, coastal flooding, and all these are actually expedited as a result of this climate change. And the more population you have at this coast, most people tend to live by the coast, and we, like those who are like Keita and all of that, they tend to they experience the effect of this phenomenon. So as climate entrepreneurs, you can actually take the ocean data, which is free for everybody to be able to access. You could access them. All you just have to do is to create an account on the various platforms like Copernicus Marine Services, and you can have access to this data set. And these data sets are coming from various satellites that are actually, combined to give you more accurate information. And based on this, you could create unique services. And this is to tell you the opportunities that gives you. You could consider creating a storm surge alert system. There are so many opportunities out there, and this is to let you know that yes, climate change is happening. It's a major issue, but it is also an opportunity for us to be able to take advantage of, to help address those who are likely to be affected most by it. And I think that's all. I think if you scroll up. Yeah. So basically that is all. Any question or any? Yes.
Thank you. So as you were presenting, I was just talking to your colleague, ideas that were running through my mind. As a STEM coordinator and innovator, we do innovator. How can we support the students to come up with an app, okay, that has sensors that can read the surface of the temperatures when the fishermen are on the ocean, and give them alerts, or at times if they won't even set off, they can have the alerts that at this point in time the temperature is at this, the fishes are not around, they go deeper into this area or that, so they can know the various hotspots and get it, because it's something that if it's possible that it can be done, so we use it to inform decision. So they shouldn't go there before they say we went and we couldn't get anything, but there will be an interactive session where they can interact with the sea and know what is there using the app. Is this something that can be done? You are here.
Yeah, Daniel, you don't mind if I answer? So earlier this morning, there was a presenter talking to us about Internet of Things, LoRa, and so forth. So that is one go-to solution. Basically, we can put, in oceanography we call it buoys or moorings. You can put them at different places within the ocean, and you can constantly have measurements on how warm the ocean and other parameters of interest. One other idea again is to put sensors on canoes. Yes. It's all doable. I mean, we've done some demo on that before, where we use LoRa gateway, had a sensor and Arduino board. We constantly took some measurements and we're sending them to offices for analysis. So all of these things are very doable. And for me and for our center, the thing we look at now is how do we bring innovations in ocean resource management, coastal systems, and so forth. So given the opportunity, these are things we will talk about during the panel discussion. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm curious to know if there's any collaborations or interactions with the Ghana Maritime Authority. Do you guys have any relations where you share data, you share information related to the marines and then the resources there?
So we have some collaborations where we provide safety at sea services to them. For example, fishermen go to sea without knowing the state or the condition. It's just like how it's raining outside. Someone might have gone out without an umbrella, but before you realize it's raining and he's going to be wet. It's same way, the same ideology also applies within the ocean space, where fishermen go to sea without knowing the state or the condition of the sea. And this has led to the loss of lives, the loss of canoes and properties of fishermen. So we came up with this idea of how can we provide them with information about the state, even a forecast, 3-day forecast about how the sea is going to be like, so that they can actually plan their, their trip. And based on that, this particular is a service that we've been able to develop and implement, and currently it's been used across the West African region. We have Nigerians, Benin, Togo using this service to actually help protect their fishermen. Yes. Yeah. And our fishermen or they are not educated to be able to understand English. So initially we used to send the information in French and Portuguese and English, but what we've done now is that we've been able to translate the information into all their various languages. You know, at the different coasts, they speak different languages. When you go to the eastern coast of Ghana, they speak Ewe, Gan. When you go to the western, they speak Fanti. Even the Fanti, there are different types of Fanti they speak. So what we've done is that we've been able to translate this information into all their various local languages. And all they have to do is to just every 5 p.m. they receive an alert of the day. What's it called? The days ahead information. They get it. They get a map too, not just only tests, but also get a map to be able to have a visual idea of how it will look like. Because sometimes somebody cannot read, but when he sees the map, and the map is such that we've been able to demystify that information instead of making it complex. It's just 3 colors: red, yellow, green. When they see green, they know that it is calm. When they see yellow, then they can tell that okay, the sea is going to be rough. When they see red, it means it's going to be dangerous. So we are just giving them information, not telling them what to do. We're just giving them information for them to be able to act on. Yes. And apart from that, we also have an audio aspect to it. Where is that okay, if you can't even read or you don't even want to look at the image, once you hear a message in your local language, you'll be able to understand. And yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is on the you working with other stakeholders in that industry. Every year there is usually a conflict when government announces a close season. So if you have this technology, why will the fisher folks be fighting government when there is a close season?
So actually it's the opposite. So we have a situation where we have national institutions, government agencies, and you expect that officers within that institution do things based on science, right? But that is not what we often find, and it's not just Ghana. It cuts across because we've been doing this with other countries in the sub-region, and we expect people with the mandate or national officers to engage. They need to start thinking of using innovations like this, because most of them don't know that you can have very good measurements from satellite that can help you understand the ocean space, to understand how fishes are distributed and so forth. So it's the opposite. We expect these guys who have the mandate and to engage to bring this to the doorstep of the fisherman, right? We try doing our best, but then I can't go to every fishing they have, so that is how it should work. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So we'll now be taking the presentation from the Green Climate Fund.
Thank you so much for...
Kindly...
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for inviting us. It's been a pleasure for us to join this forum. There is some echo is actually coming from your side. If you can a little bit adjust that. All right. Let me just share maybe a few slides, and I'd be happy to then more take Q&A. Can you see my screen? So as we're learning actually from yesterday and today, as a lot of discussion about the climate change impact and how we actually able to create a more enabling environment. I may just like to share a couple of points from green climate point of view, that we are one of the largest climate financer in the world, with a mandate to implement the Paris Agreement for 2030. And we provide a catalytic financing to LDC, Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as six countries, to create a climate resilience as well as climate action. But when the climate change are impacting every one of us, it's not a ad hoc problem. It's actually more systemic, interconnected, and cascading risk, and it requires a lot of partnerships, co-production, co-design, crowdsourcing of the financing. And I think in that sense, it is actually quite critical at this moment, actually, how we actually able to create more partnership environment into the greater climate action. And in that sense, why we are quite unique and catalytic as a GCF, you maybe know, because we have a footprint in every single country where you're coming from, if you are living in a developing world. We are a country-driven organization where we have a very unique financing to countries' capacity building on readiness fund, which is dedicated to helping countries to formulation and implementation of the NAP, as well as to capacity building and incubation or readiness activities. We are an open partnership organization. We have more than 150 partners whom actually work with us to managing project into the countries. We also provide a range of financial instrument. As we are not a DFI or MDB, we can actually maneuver fit for purpose financing, which means any kind of concessionality we can actually create if the activity actually generates a climate action. At the same time, we are quite unique in a sense of we are a high risk taking patient capital. So we accept higher risk to support early stage project development and innovation to catalyzing climate financing. But we are also quite unique in a sense of we have a mandate of 50-50 adaptation and mitigation, so which is not many of the agency actually work on. But heart of the accessing climate finance is actually how you understand the climate risk, because you need to first understand what are the climate indices are actually changing in your community, and how that climate indices is actually creating a climate hazard, and then how that hazard is actually exposed to the element those are at risk in your community, and how vulnerable they are. And based on that hazard exposure and vulnerability, you need to create your narratives, what we call theory of change, that what are the barriers it creating in the market or in your community, and what kind of activity that could actually create adaptation or mitigation possibility. I'm just giving an example here on the water space. We fund all sort of sectoral areas. As we said, we are a country driven, so that means whatever the priority comes to your country through your national adaptation plan, we actually support those mechanisms. Just giving an example into the water, because water is very critical for our African perspectives. We fund water conservation, water efficiency, water reuse. We provide a lot of funding for early warning for flood and drought, as well as a risk-based decision-making into the ministry. We try to also enhance the governance systems and integrated water resource management and SDGs. 6, we promote more ecosystem-based adaptation so that actually we have a balance between the grey and green infrastructure. We also provide the climate resilience WASH activities and then the community knowledge. But how we actually try to ensure that, we always look at how water could be used as an asset class. We also, if you want to design any water project, you need to ensure that how the transdisciplinary or transboundary activity are actually well articulated. You need to also ensure that how an innovative and fit for purpose financing is need to be embedded into the project. It cannot be only just grant-based financing. You need to also ensure that what are the other instruments that could actually create a revenue generation opportunity and paradigm shift to create the project more sustainable. and then how actually also you can enhance your adaptive and agile water governance mechanism so that it actually ready for any kind of catastrophic climate disaster if that's happened. And we all know that there are so many interesting projects always happening in your country through different donors, different research institution, as well as think tank. So how those innovation, those actually has a good result, able to reflect into your policy, that is quite important so that you can actually create a scaling up opportunity. And finally, we as a water, it cannot be a linear function. You need to look at actually it need to be a circular economy. So how actually we can create a climate enabling circular water economy systems within the community to make it more resilient. So finally, I just like to say that how we GCF actually finance the project, so we can actually provide the de-risking environment for physical risk as well as transitional risk. Use the blended finance, like de-risking mechanism through a blended finance, guarantee or insurance. We can also mobilize capital to engage a mix of public and private philanthropy funds to improve liquidity as well as resource allocation. We can also create a bankable project structure so that it could have a clear revenue generation stream, scalable models, rigorous assessment to attract the investor. And also we can create a financial model that could actually innovative with the tailored financing structure, like impact investor and others could actually come and play a critical role, or a SME or MSME or early investor could also actually be able to come and play a critical role. So with this, maybe I can stop. I'm happy to answer any question that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions? Also from those online, if anyone has a question, you can raise your hand.
Yes, Prof, thank you so much for your presentation. How do we have access to the green finance? If you can just take us through how easily can we access that fund?
Excellent. Thank you so much, AK. We have a two level of financing, as we mentioned. One is actually the readiness fund. One is actually project fund. The readiness funds goes through the national determinant NDA, which is our national determinant authority, which most of the time maybe Minister of Environment are represent. And for the project, it goes through our partners. So if you just search into the Google as a GCF partners, you can find all our accredited entity, and you can also see some of the partner who are actually based in your country, maybe a national bank or a ministry who may be accredited with us. So if you want to really design any project, you can always talk to them. We also work with our regional partner like African Development Bank or other MDBs and DFIs. So you can also work together with them. So there are a couple of channel opportunity, but maybe the best first contact point is actually talk to the NDA in your country to understand actually how the money is actually flowing and whether there is a scope for your organization or yourselves to contribute to the project.
And ask your question.
Someone hand is up online. Kindly unmute and ask your question.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. I can
Hello.
hear you.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for your presentation. Please, I would like to ask, can an individual person access the funds? And also, let's say I'm a youth. I want to go into forest plantation to as an effort to also fight against the climate effect in my community. Is it possible I can access the funds for my personal projects?
We normally don't fund any personal, but we can always work together on a. You can always work together in a project that are actually ongoing into your country with your expertise. You can actually talk to the partner who are actually implementing there, and there is an opportunity to work as executing entities. We have an accredited entity who is actually responsible for managing the project, but accredited entity could have anyone to execute any project based on their expertise into the community level or during in the project wherever they find their niche or area of.
Key articles in the magazine are Roots of Resilience, EAF's Fight Against Land Degradation, and The Hidden Pharmacy in Our Forests. The magazine is distributed online through our website. Special acknowledgements goes to the University College of Water Science and Engineering, the Calibrate Conference Committee, all partner universities, institutional sponsors, and community supporters who believed in this vision from the beginning, and distinguished contributors and writers. You can join the movement by downloading and reading the inaugural edition, which is free and has open also cite articles, research, poetry, or artwork for future editions. We are also open to collaborations for those who would like to be involved in the magazine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for her. Deborah, we are grateful. Thank you very much. So, as I said earlier on, we have come to an end of our 2-day conference, and we need to have we need to end it well. So we call on.
Right. Greetings to everyone. My name is Naila Adam from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. Well, it is an honor for me to be standing among leaders, thinkers, and builders. And here, we, the participants, presenters, workshop facilitators, keynote speakers, institutional partners assembled at the 3rd edition of the Calibrate Summit hosted at the Ghana, India Kofi Annan ICT Center of Excellence, Accra, Ghana from 21st to 22nd May 2026. Having engaged in the 2 full days of deliberations, workshops, presentations, and dialogue on the theme Scaling Climate Solutions from Innovation to Implementation. Recalling that Africa contributes the least to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet bears the heaviest burden of the climate change impacts, including droughts, floods, food insecurity, and forced displacement, reaffirming the urgent calls to action voiced by speakers across all sessions that deliberate, coordinated, and people-centered responses to climate change are not merely desirable, but essentially necessaries. Recognizing the challenge posed by the convener to all the attendants. If we leave this world today, what impact are we leaving behind? And I'll say that again. If we leave this world today, what impact are we leaving behind? Acknowledging the June 3rd flood disaster in Accra in the year 2015 and similar climate-linked cases, reminding that transition from talk to action is not optional It is overdue. Do hereby adopt to this Accra Declaration as a collective statement of commitment, resolve, and actionable intent. Observations from submit proceedings. We looked at the climate hazard vulnerability and on environmental pollution, public health, food security, energy, and agriculture innovation, on geospatial technology and data for decision making, on government's chieftaincy and community partnership. Now, our traditional leaders and chiefs are underutilized partners in climate governance, as emphasized during proceedings when formulating climate activities and policies. Traditional authorities can and must be partners. Traditional leaders, traditional authorities can and must be great partners. The inclusion of Nana Obrempon in the Calibrate 2026 program is a model to replicate commitments and calls to action. Inspired by the deliberations and spirit of Calibrate 2026, we commit to the following: from talk to action, urgency and deliberateness, environmental citizenship, scaling African climate innovation, climate finance access for African entrepreneurs, mainstreaming science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that is STEM, education for climate resilience, integrating traditional leaders in climate governance, leveraging geospatial and digital innovation, publishing, disseminating climate science, social enterprise as force for climate action, and returning next year stronger. We commit to returning to Calibre 2027 with progress reports, new partnership, new innovations, and expanded networks. Calibrate belongs to Africa, and we pledge to take what we have learned here, build together, and so that we can use that to build the Africa that we need to continue this work with greater urgency and greater resolve. Adopted to Accra, this declaration is adopted by the consensus by the participants of Calibre 2026, the third edition of the Climate Action Leaders in Business, Raising African Talent and Enterprise Summit convened by the University of Water Science and Engineering, UWSE, in partnership with the Ghana India Kofi Annan ICT Center of Excellence, ESRI West Africa, the Group on Earth Observation, GEO, the Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute, the West and Central African Research and Education Network, the Regional Center for Mapping Resources for Development, the Ghana Domain Name Registry, that's the GDNR, the Digital Earth Africa, Dagawi Intelligence, that is the AI, that is the artificial intelligence. Then we have Little B Community, that is in UK, Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET, Serabadampat Singania University, thank you for that, that is in India. And then the Green Climate the Green Climate Fund, that is the GCF. We have here. And surely I cannot tell the story of Calibre 2026 without acknowledgement. I was supposed to do this, but because of time. So special thanks to our organizers, speakers, presenters for those beautiful presentations, and to all participants and persons who took the time out to be here with us since yesterday. And before I step down, we are here for one goal, one mission. That is to turn climate ideas into action. We are here for change. And so I would say that progress, as we already know, does not happen by chance, or it doesn't happen accidentally. It takes a whole lot of intention, courage, and a whole lot of trust. Trust in the people, trust in the process, and trust that what we build together can truly and really make an impact. Thank you.
So much. Thank you very much. Please, I want to encourage all of us, kindly take your phones, and if you can scan this, you have access to all the resources, the declaration, and then the other resources. You have access. So please kindly scan the QR code to access the conference details. And we are really grateful to all of you, our partners, ICMRD, this particular center, Kofi Annan. We are grateful to UNED, DAD, ESRI. We are grateful to all of you, all our partners, for the support you've given unto us. Our presenters, we thank you so much. Professor from Nigeria, those who came from China, who present from China and then India, we are grateful to all of you. May God bless all of you, and may the good Lord take all of you back to your various destinations. We are really grateful. So we'll call on Professor Kabuba at least to say a word, just as a closing remark, then we can depart. Thank you very much.
Yeah, really a short one. So I think here I see a very large network of thinkers of change. I'm very happy. My supervisor is here, Professor Digi, all the way from UI and now all the way in Uganda, Nessus International University. And what is interesting, Professor, the name I always find it a comfort, is also a student of him. So you can see the chain of things. And in this room, I see colleagues, students who have also gone very high, just like everyone. So it's a whole network. Want to try in our little way, not as politicians,